streaming. Um, can't tell if we're actually live right now. Looks like it's probably live. Leave that there and I don't know, minimize this for right now, minimize this for right now. Launch you. I don't know. What am I looking at? Hello, Tate thinks you are great. And Forlorn Watchman, I guess I am live right now. I have no. Oh, that looks amazing immediately. I have not tried. What are we talking about here? I have not tried streaming on YouTube since 2015. That is 11 years ago, which is a considerable number of years ago. If you think about how many years ago it was, that many years ago. Or even if you don't think about how many years ago it was that many years ago, 11 years is still a lot of years ago. Guy streams, hello, Sir Frumpington the Fourth. That was a fun name to read out loud. This guy streams, yeah, on Twitch. Like, I don't know, I don't want to say a lot, but I've been streaming on Twitch since like 2010. But like I go long, just like I do with YouTube. I go long periods without streaming there, just like I go long periods without uploading on YouTube. Mouse sensitivity seems a little. There's a little bit much. Let's see if I can change that up here. Where would that be? Controls, mouse settings, sensitivity. It's a little too much. Let's go down to 90. It's just barely that much. Too much. That feels pretty good. I think I got it. Yo, what's up? I've never seen you stream before. What's going on, Spieler? Yeah, I normally stream over on Twitch. But decided to give this a try today. Currently playing Morrowind. That's not the one that they just remastered, right? That's Oblivion. I still gotta jump on that at some point. This is great timing. There's a big thunderstorm outside, and I couldn't imagine a better distraction. Hey, that is actually pretty good timing then. Let's do this. Ooh, yeah. Got those crits going. I gotta be careful not to kill every animal, because they don't respawn. Is that still the case for those of you who've kept up with Minecraft? Hey, a horse already. That's pretty good. What's going on, Guardian of Light? Welcome to the stream. I'm not gonna grab all those. I'm gonna grab whatever I can hit with this. Just gonna convert this into charcoal probably anyway. Alright. I guess I can build my way up there a little bit. How's the stream quality? How's the audio balance? How's the bit rate looking? You know, I love that streaming has come such a long way that I can ask viewers the technical stuff. Like, how does the bit rate look? And most viewers are going to know what I'm talking about. That's really cool. Like, that's just how normal streaming is now. Alright, I guess I did get them all. Link. Well, alright then. I'm going to move in the direction of those really cool looking mountain range things. So I guess I can kill all the animals around here. Oh, come on, he's seeking cover. There we go. Yeah, this is going to be some good starter food. Animals respawn now. Oh! That's beautiful! How long has that been the case? Because the non-respawning animals was like a huge nerf to Minecraft for a very long time. Hello, the Lightborn lady. Hello from the sleeper of my semi. Just finished working 13 hours. How are you doing? Hey, nice. 13-hour shifts from the sleeper of your semi. You must make those big bucks then. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Things are going great. Well, great in great with an asterisk. Put it that way. What's your plan for this world? Also, what update are you on? I'm on the latest, whatever the latest is. Since this is my new PC. I say new. I got it like at the very end of December last year or at the very start of January this year, somewhere around there. But it's a much stronger PC than the one I had. And I have not installed Minecraft on it since that time. So it's been at least 7.5 months around there. Not quite 8 months. But it's been at least that long. And I had not installed Minecraft that whole time. So I don't have any of my worlds from my other PC. My other PC is non-functional. I can't recover those. I guess I could if I went through the proper amount of effort. But yeah, my plans for this world, I don't know. I figured I would just... All I'm doing right now is testing streaming on YouTube. I just want to see... Oh, I thought that... Okay, I thought the sheep shadow was a hole that I just jumped into. Okay, that one... These two have a baby. I'm not going to kill these two. Okay, this looks much cooler. Yeah, this looks awesome out here. This looks way cooler than where I started. Way freaking cooler than where I started. Gotta get some cobblestone, though. Yeah, no, my plans for this world, I'm gonna stream on YouTube. I'm gonna casually chat with folks. It's less what my plans are with this world and what my plans are with streaming. I intend to dual stream on Twitch if possible. I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. What is this? I've never seen this. This is Firefly Bush. I knew a chick who went by the name Firefly once. In-game. Not in Minecraft. So in that context, Firefly Bush means something different. It's all sparkly. I never imagined. That's funny. Been that way for a few years. Oh, really? Okay. Dude, I still remember the Minecraft video beatboxing intro you had so long ago. Love it when your videos show up. What's going on, J10? Cool name. What specs? The specs of my PC? I have a RTX 5080, I think. I think I've got 16 gigs of RAM. Now, the really cool thing about this PC, though, is that the place where I bought it from, this PC was built before the RAM spike in price, before the RAM increase, the memory cost, the price for memory sticks skyrocketed. So for this PC, they kept the pre-spike RAM pricing built into the PC's price. So I got, honestly, a tremendous deal on this PC for as powerful as it is. I couldn't tell you the CPU, honestly. I forgot. It's been a while. I know this thing runs Tarkov like a dream, though. And any PC that can run Tarkov like a dream can play literally any game ever. So, yeah, I'm in good hands with Allstate. Is that the right company? As much as I want to watch this whole thing, I just got off work. It's my birthday, and I want to chill with some games that I love. But I'll watch for a bit. Regardless, have fun, X. All right, Guardian of Light, happy birthday. Nice. I mean, the VOD is going to be on YouTube, so if you wanted to come by and check that later, that's fine too. Whatever works for you, my man. Enjoy your games. What games are you going to play, by the way? The ones that you love. I should probably, things are going to get dark here. Let's dig a hole. We're in a pretty good spot to dig a hole. alternatively, we can just block off an area here. I have enough dirt. I can get enough dirt. Oh, it's one of my favorite Minecraft songs. It's one of the originals. I think it's probably best if I do something like this. Oh, it's gonna get really, really dark. Alright, here's a good question for you folks. What's the stream look like in the dark here? Like, what are we looking at as far as bitrate? Dark pixels are usually the hardest to compress. You know, just do whatever. Go. Boom. We go. Boom. Boom. Man, this feels classic, doesn't it? Oh yeah, this feels classic. Give us some headroom, though. Feels a little too classic, if you know what I mean. There. I guess we can work with this. We'll go boom. No. We gotta make this look like a proper station, don't we? And for it to be a proper station, we need to go out 5. Might be where we're returning for a little while. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Really dark. Can't see crap on my end. Can't see anything. I think you can use the bush as a light. 50 shades of gray pixels. May want to bump up the in-game brightness. Literally episode 1. Curious what games you're considering playing in the future. Oh, wait, let me get you. Right now, some Warframe. Nice. Put on Jag Deep Tour. Oh my god, X, welcome back to Minecraft. Thank you. Sergeant Cracker, you got me into Minecraft with X Plays. Thank you for so many good times over the years. Happy to do it. Thank you for watching. 4 times the price it should be. I wonder how many people's first Minecraft videos was your original Let's Play. I think it was mine when I was a kid. It was a lot of people's. If you go back to that first video on my channel, you will see, just even to this day, just loads and loads of people coming back and saying exactly that. Pretty nice. It's very nice. Oh. Here we go. This ought to be good. We go boom, boom, and boom, boom. Nope, that's 2 individual chests, and I broke the torch. All right. See, now this right here, this is a proper. Oh, let's make some charcoal out of this, and we'll burn up this. Make the charcoal and not the axe. Yeah, the axe is fine. We just take 2 wooden tools to do that. Make 1 charcoal, and then we'll burn the rest up with other charcoal. That's with the charcoal piece. Curious what games you're considering playing in the future. I've been looking at EverQuest Legends. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of EverQuest Legends, but I might not play that. I've just been looking at it. It's just the latest thing that caught my attention, and I'm not sure it has any staying power, honestly. But I don't know if anybody here would even know what I'm talking about, so I'm not going to go too in depth on that one. As for whether or not I'm considering playing it, yeah, I don't know. It releases in about a week. Oh no, sorry. Am I right about that? I think so. In about 10 days, I think. MMORPG. Good old-fashioned MMORPG. Guess we can take 1 of these. We don't got to be too efficient, right? Gotta cook up some stuff. That's done. We're gonna go bump, bump, bump. That ought to be enough. Get all 8 of those. Don't need this, don't need this. Probably gonna make use of this. In fact, yeah, let's do this and go boom. Make some sticks and let's go like this. Make more sticks. That's really handy. We're gonna need better tools than what we got. White wool for now is fine there. This is fine there. Actually, we'll just do this. We'll get to organizing it all quite a bit later. Not gonna worry too much about it for the time being. And that ought to cover everything there. Yeah, we're good. We still haven't burned any hunger yet, dude. We've been efficient about this stuff. X, are you going to continue with Minecraft, or is it just a one-time thing? I don't know. That depends on how well this stream goes. This stream is what I'm using to test things out. Probably going to stream once or twice here on YouTube and see if it's any better than on Twitch. I do plan to dual stream. I don't know if my PC and internet can handle dual streaming though. I don't think my internet can. So I have to. I think I'm in a position where I have to choose one or the other, Twitch or YouTube. And I'm seeing right now which is better for my long-term financial stability. So if this I mean, I know about how well Twitch is going to do if I stream over on Twitch, financially speaking. But I haven't really given YouTube a fair shake, which is a big mistake on my part. But if this turns out to be more financially viable, then absolutely not. This will not be a one-time thing. Because why wouldn't I continue to do what's going to pay the bills, right? I don't need to cook anything else up. How far are we into the night? It's still pretty dark out there. That's okay. I can make some stone tools while we wait. Boom, boom. A second one of these is necessary. One of these is necessary. I think we can go ahead and just... I don't know. Where can we do this? Or... Q. Toss that in there. 4. Put up an axe. Sounds like a car just drove by in this cave. You hear that? That's awesome. Sticks are pretty sticky. Subnautica would be a fun series if you haven't played it yet. Let's see. Let's see if I can catch up on thingy thing over here. Oh, the Lightborn lady with a $5 super chat. That did not show up on stream. I'm sorry about that. Let me see if I can let me see what that's about. I can alt tab here. I hope the stream doesn't go black while I do that. I think I can change that. Yeah, $5 should be enough to have it show on stream, I think. Save those settings. Boom. Boom. Save. Okay, now is there a way to go to the dashboard and replay that one so it does show up on stream? Recent events. Does that work? Oh, did I not save those? I hope time is still passing in Minecraft back there. Ooh, I'm not sure if you guys heard that. Well, either way, the Lightborn lady with a $5 super chat saying, "Here, have some coin, good sir." Thank you, the Lightborn lady. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm in a position now where I think I'm going to have to choose between YouTube and Twitch. I do want to come back to streaming. One problem I've had with streaming is that my internet, if you've been following me on Twitch for a while, you know that this is the case. My internet has this notorious issue where it works fine for long periods of time, but then for certain months, and I do mean months, it lasts a long time when an issue occurs. For certain months, I just can't stream. My internet service provider drops packets like crazy, but only when I'm streaming. Isn't that insane that that would happen? So what that does is it creates this situation where it almost always happens where I start streaming and I'll stream for a few weeks and I'll be in a good groove, and then my ISP will do this stupid thing again, and it'll cause me to it just takes all the steam out of my streaming because I never know when the problem is going to fix. You know what I mean? I never know when the problem is going to resolve itself. So I try like 2 days later, problem's still there. Try like 2 days later, problem is still there. And that's at that point, that's like a week has gone by that I can't stream. And that just usually means I stop streaming. I'm hoping that that won't be the case if I switch to YouTube. Maybe it's something between me and my internet connection and Twitch specifically. So I'm hoping that switching to YouTube might actually resolve that problem. You live! Hello, Victoria's art style. Welcome to the stream. Playing EQ Legends right now. Hey, you're playing EQ Legends right now? Cetiag? Cetiag? I'm not sure how to say your name. You're playing EQ Legends right now? Nice. What class combination are you using? And if you say Enchanter in that combination, I'm going to be mad. And I won't tell you why I'm going to be mad until later. Wait, another... Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat here. Zeman Slayer. Hey, X. Was really not expecting you to be live, but it's certainly a pleasant surprise. X-Aim was the first YouTube series I ever watched back in the day, and I hope everything is going well for you, man. Hey, what's going on, Zeman Slayer? Thanks for coming by. Thanks for watching. Yeah, X's Adventures was my first and only MC Let's Play I ever watched. It's so cool to see you still playing it. Glad you're still around making stuff. Really a classic channel. I like to think of my channel as classic, too. Haha, you were the first Minecraft video I watched 15 years ago, back when I was 5. Greatest introduction to the greatest game. I have to agree. God, I love you, X, but you chose to launch a stream right as I'm going to bed. Sorry, Mr. 101-600. The VOD's gonna be there, though. I was about to go to Jagdeep Tour. I was about to go to sleep until I got a notification that you are streaming Minecraft. Oh, a notification comes up like on your phones and stuff like that? That's really cool. All I know is it's an MMO. Another YouTuber I watch has been yapping about it. It's interesting that I didn't think it was making that big of a splash, but to see that but to see that other people are just talking about it like in the wild, that's kind of interesting to me. EQ Legends, I know, has gotten some traction. Oh wow, X playing Minecraft, this takes me back. Glad to see you still around doing things. It's been 15 years and he still digs into the side of a mountain for the first night. What else am I supposed to do? I know you just started, but how's it feel streaming? On YouTube here, it feels pretty good. It's oh man, I had to pause that whole time. That's okay, we can probably look out there. Yeah, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. Let me put up some torches here to indicate where I've got this set up. Am I really gonna lose anything if I just leave this spot? Not really. Not really. No, I can. Here's what I think we can do. I think we can go boom, boom. Make a second axe. And yeah, a second shovel before we head out. I don't think we'll need a second sword, but you know what? Just in case. There. Then we take our workbench. And do we need to take the furnaces? They do only occupy one extra slot. I will leave all this here. That's okay. I don't want to keep track of this place. It's a great place to stay for a little bit. I had to double look. My first Minecraft YouTuber doing a live stream. Nostalgia hit hard. Hope you've been well, X. I've been, as far as how well I've been doing, since a number of people have asked, things have gone, you know, as life goes. I've had some really high highs lately, and some extremely low lows. I'd say over the past 4 or 5 years or so. But thankfully, mostly just to attitude, it's been mostly on the high side. Oop. Bard, Berserker, Shadow Knight. Okay, you went Bard instead of Enchanter. I gotcha. Yeah, but Bards require a lot of AAs to get going. Well, 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 what have we there? Jumbadeus, Jumbadeus, Jumbadeus. Welcome, Jumbadeus. Anybody here from the usual Twitch crowd that joins my Twitch streams besides Jamadeus here? Maybe I don't recognize your name on YouTube versus what if I would have seen it on Twitch. The stream just started, so I'm not really expecting too many people to even know that this is happening. But if I do keep playing, I'm gonna make this sort of like an adventurous run. There's a lot of things that I haven't done in Minecraft. Like I have never set foot in one of those ocean temples. Never. I've never been in one of those. I've also never flown with the wings or the glider that you can get. Never done that. Not once. I've killed the Ender Dragon once or twice before. That's always a good goal. But I've never fought a Wither. There's a lot that I could do. I have beaten the game, the Ender Dragon being the final boss. I have beaten it, of course. But that was a while back, and a lot of things have been added since then. And those are just a few of the things that I've mentioned that I haven't done. Since then, there's been even more updates for things that I don't even know exist in the game right now. Like, we just saw this kind of... What's it called again? Dick bush? Firefly bush? We just found some fire bush. Never seen that. There's all kinds of stuff in this game that I haven't seen. What are you? See, I've never seen this. What are you? Hi there. You're brown and fluffy and not hostile. Good luck hunting. Man, this place looks so cool. Yeah, I know about the swimming stuff, or the, I guess, sprinting underwater to do this. Get some faster distance. Or get some distance faster. This is surreal. Am I awake? What's going on? Aaron C 420. You a stoner too? That is a sick mountain. This whole area looks pretty sick. Ah, we found a village. Un village. Un village de los árboles buenos en la calle sin los bolígrafos de agua dulce. Zacuesca. Pero ¿dónde es la biblioteca? ¿Es la biblioteca? ¿Es la biblioteca? There's probably some things we can gather here. Anybody home? Book. Hottas. I'm gonna rob from these people. Gonna rob this village. And Starscream would say, "We will drain this planet dry." Okay, maybe not dry. He's like, don't take all our stuff. Okay, maybe we won't take everything. Ah, see, he seemed pleased at that. I've been on a nostalgia kick. Maybe I should get a Minecraft Alpha resource pack. Music is louder than you. Okay. Lower music down? Okay, sorry. Probably go down to 20%, 30%, whatever that was. So that sounds kind of nice. Yeah, it was kind of loud for me too. I'll work a little bit more on the audio balance for future YouTube streams. I have things in a pretty nice spot for Twitch, but for YouTube, you gotta set up everything all over again. Actually, it took me like 5 hours. Because there are a significant number of significant differences between streaming anything on Twitch and YouTube. My first YouTube stream, and Well, for those who weren't here, this is my first YouTube stream since 2015. Huh, 2015, you say? Take some of their livestock here. Aha! What I really need is cows. I need leather. Leather is huge. Because you can use it to make those bookshelves. Got plenty of their food. I'm not going to take their food. I don't think we're sticking around here. Oh, and animals respawn anyway. I keep thinking that they don't. But, yeah, you can really just kill everything, can't you? Whew, man, they spawn in big old packs now, too. Okay, things are getting kind of full here. Jack Henry, what a wild thing to stumble upon this evening. What a treat. What's up, X? What's going on, Jack Henry? Just trying out some YouTube streaming, man. I don't know why I hadn't tried this before. You know, and like, why haven't I ever tried this? I don't have a good answer for you. I was just sitting outside last night, just letting the thoughts flow, you know. And by the way, if you don't do that on a regular basis, if you don't set some time aside to just think, if you always have to distract yourself with something, try not for a while. Yeah, actually, I believe that's probably too loud too, isn't it? Oh, that's a lot better. So I was just sitting outside last night, and it hit me like, you know what? Oh no! You know what? As far as finances are concerned, wouldn't streaming on YouTube be better? Like, you have a much bigger audience over there than you do on Twitch. Oh, I'm not gonna kill this one. I've never seen one of these before. I've never seen one of these before. Look at that thing. It's just a block. It's just a block. There it goes. That's amazing. Have you ever encountered an ancient city? Nope, don't even know what that is. Brother's still bloodthirsty for cows a decade later. Man, because they don't have, they're not as bad now, but back in the day, they used to interrupt every single line of dialogue. I think it may have been my complaining about it in my Let's Play that made Mojang realize, yeah, actually, they are a little bit... The cows are a little bit chatty, aren't they? Now they're like way less chatty. So I really don't have I really don't have anything against them anymore these days. But they are leather, and they are food, and they do respawn. So it's not like you're harming them anyway. Or your own ability to farm them, because they'll just respawn. Which is great, because that's how it was in Alpha, back in Minecraft Alpha. Respawning mobs made it so you never had to set them up to farm them. That's one of the things that I've always disliked. Oh, it's turning night. I just realized it's turning night. What am I doing? I've just got a stone sword. Let's get back to the village. Did I grumble at the rain? Yeah. I heard a cat just now, too. It went meow. Okay, I'm gonna hang out in one of these houses. Or maybe around that cave area. This place is nice. Let's hang out in one of the houses. Oops. People are sleeping. I don't want to disturb them. But I also don't want to just, like, stand out in the rain doing nothing. Alright, this place is good. Gotta make sure not to cut myself on whatever that is. Let's leave some trash in whoever's house this is. Throw away the things I know I don't need. Actually, feathers for arrows are good. Wheat seeds, I do want to plant a farm, but potatoes are better, right? And I have potatoes already. I think potatoes are the way to go. Charcoal. Bread. I do need to eat. And I've got plenty of good food. Plenty of good food I could be cooking right now. So that's what we're gonna do. While I sit here and chat with chat. Make 2 of these. Yeah, whatever. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Sure. Boop. Oh, look, I have this too. Ah, isn't that nice? Okay, let's have a look at chat. Catch up with you guys. And have a sip of my coffee. I know it's sort of just another crafty, blocky game, but have you ever looked into Vintage Story? I found it to be fairly enjoyable, quite pretty, and with slightly deeper survival elements. Is Vintage Story like the one that's like hardcore Minecraft? Like the world is like really hostile? You gotta sit outside and stop letting the thoughts flow. Oh, is that your issue, Jack Henry? It's just a block, says the man playing Minecraft. The chick. Microsoft had some controversial updates for Minecraft lately. Controversial? How so controversial? Come on, zombies. Come on. That villager is fucking scared, dude. And why shouldn't he be? He's trapped with a zombie. Ooh, stone swords take a long time to kill a zombie. Don't worry, villager. I'm coming to provide aid. Wait, did he die? Oh no, he's stuck in the corner. Try not to kill your livestock. I know you rely on that. Got him. See, you hear that sigh of relief there? That was nice. Very nice of me. I'm a good guy. Alright, don't need those zombies. Oh, it's a creeper. Haha. Oops, I messed up. Dang, sorry guys. That's what I was trying to avoid. Blowing up your village just by being here. Well, whatever. Hold on, if you are a stoner too, then that is crazy. I always thought I related to the way you think, but damn, hold up. I don't think I'm awake. Yeah, no, I'm, I do like getting high and getting really deep into my thoughts and stuff like that. But I'm not really like I don't know, I guess it depends on your definition of stoner. I get stoned most nights when I can, but I don't always have an ample supply of weed, you know what I mean? So Mojang, more like Moojang. I like that a lot. He's always been so chill. I'd be surprised if he wasn't a stoner. Well, I mean, I only started smoking weed like 4 or 5 years ago, so for the vast majority of my YouTube career, I was not a stoner. If you're a longtime fan of mine, most of the stuff that you have watched of mine, I've been completely straight edge. No drinking, no smoking weed. Like I didn't even start drinking alcohol until I was like 25, you know? Whereas a lot of people start way, way younger than that. Oh, yeah, have you tried out Road to Vostok now that it's out in early access? I did install Road to Vostok, actually. And I ran around on it for a little bit, and I recorded some stuff, but that never actually made it into Premiere to become a video, and I don't think I have that footage anymore. It's cool. It's a little bit more like DayZ, where you're wandering around a lot of empty houses, searching every cupboard and stuff like that, looking for various things, which is fine, but I don't know. For some reason, it just doesn't feel the same way like Tarkov does, but I totally get how people would view it as my kind of game. I'm not so sure, but I'm willing to take a look at Vostok updates and see how it progresses and maybe try it out as it goes along. But Road to Vostok is a good-looking game. I will give it that. And Ancient City is the newest and one of the larger structures of the game. Very dangerous too. See, now you're speaking my language. Best day ever then. That's a stone cutter. You can make a smoker with 4 logs. It'll cook food way faster. Huh. I'll have to look into that. But right now we have the whole night to go, and I can just talk with chat. So we're gonna rely on these furnaces for a little bit. Hi X, how are you today? I'm doing pretty good, Bob. How are you? Long story, don't know all the details. Plenty of videos talking about it. Microsoft recently decided that private servers are considered illegal. Oh, okay, so it's more of a, yeah, it's more of on that side of things, not like controversial updates to like the content. I see. Vintage Story is a bit like a more hardcore Minecraft, yeah, not a game for everyone, or perhaps for chill streams. Yo, X, you ever play Project Zomboid? No, but it's definitely on the list of things that I would love to try out. I mean, I might love streaming Project Zomboid. Like I said, I'm trying to see right now if YouTube is a more financially viable option than Twitch. So, I mean, if I end up making more money streaming on YouTube, then that's where I'll probably stream Project Zomboid. But I do want to get into Project Zomboid. Again, it all comes down to finances. I've just never really had the money to branch out and try a bunch of different games. Or buy a PC that can handle a bunch of different games. Not that Project Zomboid would need a strong PC. But yeah, it's either going to be here or on Twitch. But Project Zomboid looks amazing to stream. And as soon as I saw that game, and this was years ago, by the way, as soon as I saw the game Project Zomboid, I closed out of that video or stream. I said, okay, that looks great. I wanna discover it without having a lot of it spoiled. So yeah, thank you for reminding me about Project Zomboid. That game comes up in my head every few months when I'm thinking about what to do next for content. David Stewart, I gotta second that Vintage Story recommendation. If you have ever seen John Plant's primitive technology videos, it's just like that, except there are also temporal rust demons. Yeah, I think I have seen something about that. I hope you stream more after this. This is so fun to watch. What's going on, Fury Divine? Did you ever finish all the Mass Effect games? Not all of them. I did finish the first one, with 2 and 3 kind of on the backlog, but I'm finding that long-form Let's Plays on YouTube don't generate a ton of revenue for the amount of effort that I put into them, because the views are usually pretty low. The views are usually somewhere between like 200 to 400 views per video. And if you look at it over the course of a whole Let's Play, yeah, that's a significant number of views and a significant number of ad revenue. But it's in general kind of a trickle sort of thing. So they're a good baseline. Let's Plays are a good baseline to do. But I feel like they also somehow hurt my channel by, I don't know, the algorithm seems to recognize that my videos tend to get low amounts of views. And as a result, it doesn't really put them in front of the people who might like to see me, even though, because my stuff doesn't really go viral. Let's Plays don't really go viral. I have seen some Let's Play channels on YouTube be very successful. I have seen some very successful Let's Play channels, even today, because there is still a very big audience who wants Let's Plays. But it's kind of hard to break into that scene, which is weird to say, because right now Let's Plays aren't the thing, you know what I mean? So, as far as Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3 go, I'm not sure if I'm going to do those on YouTube. But I'm not sure I'm not either, because I'm trying to find out what's the best way to actually generate revenue off of this now. Oh, dude, yeah, that's awesome. Although, I remember you saying, like, you didn't smoke with you talking about cashed out in your old series and how it was, like, a smoker term. It's so cool to hear you. Oh, yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool to hear you talk, though. Yeah. Yeah, that was before I started toking. It's a really fun thing. Oh, cool. Coming here after playing Minecraft InfDev. Really? You were just playing InfDev? Dude. Shawl Traveler. Fist bump. That's that's some real shit right there, man. Well, that was just the latest thing. I did genuinely mean updates. Oh, I see what you mean. Wait, I swear you played Project Zomboid like 10 years ago. No, I've never played Project Zomboid unless being a stoner for the past 4 or 5 years has actually just taken that part of my memory. Definitely try a few YouTube streams at different times of day to see when's best to rake in the crowd. Because for me, it's literally midnight and I just got off work. Yeah, see, that's another thing. I would like to try it at different times of day, but I'm not available at different times of day. I tend to only become available. I mean, it depends on a day-by-day basis, but I tend to only become available in the evenings. My days are pretty full. I lead a very active life. So evenings are when I have nothing else going on, but during the day, I've got a lot going on. Problem is, a lot of it doesn't make money. So I've got to do something at night to make money. Come here. Did I collect all the food from there? Got the chicken. I got the... Oh yeah, that's enough steak. Yeah, that's good. Actually, I do want the leather though. Come here. Nice. He's like, okay, you need leather. Here you go. 10 leather's good. Arrows are always going to be good too, but I don't really want to spend a ton of time just killing animals. I want to go find a place to actually settle down. A place to build a house. I'm not going to build near this village. I've always liked building places of my own. But being near a village is not the worst thing, right? Because... Did I leave that door open? Being near a village is not the worst thing, because they have traders. But I've got to look around and see what I can find. Where's all my logs? That were good. I don't need anything else. Let's see. I think Twitch is better just because of ad revenue. Do YouTube streams even have ads? I just got an ad, so yes. Zomboid is so very addicting. I've gotten like 3 ads since joining the stream about 20 minutes ago. Wait, you've got... Hey, what's going on, Shredder? You've gotten like 3 ads since joining the stream? I have it set to low frequency. And there's nothing on my dashboard, my YouTube live control panel. There's nothing here that says an ad is about to play. I thought I was supposed to be informed of that. Huh. Man, I haven't seen you stream since Evo and Rise of the Phoenix. Hey, what's going on, Satu? Evo and Rise of the Phoenix? Evo and Rise of the Phoenix? Dude, those games were like many years apart. But... they were big highlights for me. I should continue Evo, honestly. And I should do another Rise of the Phoenix run. Oh, wait, we're about to be leaving this cool biome. I want to stay in this biome. Let's move out. Let's move out this way. Let's go this way. Yeah, I haven't seen one of your videos in years, but was just looking at my homepage, and this stream was at the top. Oh, really? It was at the top? I do, okay, I know a lot of people complain about the YouTube algorithm, so I think I'm about to say something that may be sort of a hot take, but I do actually really like the YouTube algorithm, and I think it works fantastic. I don't think you'll hear almost any other creator say that. But, I mean, and I was just mentioning how the algorithm, for me specifically, doesn't treat Let's Plays very well. I know I was just talking about that. But I think the algorithm works really, really well, generally speaking. Night, X. Sweet dream. See you later, Bob Bob. Have a good night. That's a fun name to say. I wish you finished Half-Life 2. Long Let's Plays might not have gotten a lot of views, but the people that love watching things like Half-Life 2 and long things from you absolutely wouldn't mind watching it. Yeah, I know. I think about that too. I think about how, like, if I go through the hours it takes to play the game, edit the game, render the game, upload the game, schedule the game, put the game on a playlist. If I go through all the work required to do all that stuff, and it only gets like 200 or 300 views, that's a bit discouraging, and I know it's not making me a ton of money. But I also know for those 200 or 300 people who are watching, it's like a huge thing for them, especially since I do a Let's Play about once a year, maybe. So I imagine and I can't speak for anybody really, except for my own experience watching other things. Like whenever a favorite series of mine starts coming out, it's a huge treat for that part of the year. Like when the next season of Star Trek: Strange New Worlds comes out, I think in a month or 2, it's gonna be huge for me. I'm gonna be so happy, and I know that's how people probably react whenever I start uploading a Let's Play for my specific content. And I do like creating that in the world for some people, you know what I mean? But I do have to balance it with time and money, right? Because I need food, medicine, stuff like that. So it's a real big thing for me. I've made a lot of mistakes in my YouTube career. If I had taken better care of my YouTube career, my YouTube channel in the early days, Let's Plays would absolutely be a viable way of making a full-on living for me. Having said that, I don't have any regrets, mind you. And you might think to yourself, no regrets? You just said you could be playing video games for a living, single-player video games for a living, no stress at all. And that could be your job. And now you can't because of the mistakes you've made. How could you not have regrets? That sounds silly, right? Well, it's about more than just the direct end result. It's about the journey. The reason I have no regrets is because the specific choices I've made and the mistakes that I've made have led me down a number of key paths that have helped me grow in ways that I would not have been able to grow if I had become a millionaire making Minecraft in the first place. I could have done that. I didn't have to end Minecraft and go on to other games and then stop streaming for months and months and months on end every year. I didn't have to do that. I could have kept going with Minecraft at its peak and swung that momentum for 4 or 5 years, and I'd probably be a millionaire today. But I'll tell you what, if I had done that, I wouldn't have gone through a lot of personal growth that I have gone through because I made that, let's say, quote, mistake, unquote. I wouldn't actually call it a mistake, looking back on it. So while I might very well be a millionaire today if that were the case, I wouldn't be who I am today if that were the case. I'd be a different person. There are lessons I wouldn't have learned. There are things I wouldn't have applied. There are parts of myself that I would not have figured out. And these are parts of myself that I've discovered and that I've incorporated and that I love. I'd have missed out on all that. I can't tell you the full story and how I know that what I'm about to say would absolutely be the case. It's too long to go into right now, and I haven't really thought about it enough to communicate it clearly. But I will say that if I had gone down the path of becoming a YouTube millionaire by sticking to Minecraft instead of ending it, I would probably be a very rich man-child. There's a lot of growth I wouldn't have gone through. I wouldn't be a rich man. I would have been, I know we've all seen it. We've all heard the stories. YouTube has been around long enough, and a lot of people who started YouTube around the time I did and made it really big went on to make lots of money and then ruin themselves. We've all heard the stories. We've probably all watched YouTube videos about creators who were once at the very top, and then they made a ton of money and ended up getting into loads of trouble, sometimes legal trouble, due to the fact that they were young, immature, inexperienced, didn't really know about life yet, and then were thrust into a position of having insane amounts of money and power. You give insane amounts of money and power to an adult who has the mind of a child, and they're gonna ruin themselves. And I would say at the time of recording X's Adventures in Minecraft, the original series back in 2010 or so, I was a very immature, I guess I could call myself man at that time, because, you know, as far as physically speaking, I was an adult. And I guess you can't really expect too much from like well, I guess you can, because how old was I back then? Like 20, it was like, I don't know, 2010, about 16 years ago? I don't know. I'm 43 today. You do the math. So I guess you could say man, but I don't know. I don't think I was a very mature individual back then. I don't think I would have been able to handle that kind of responsibility very well, that kind of power. I really don't think I would have been able to. I think being handed just ass loads of money back then would have been a very bad thing for me. Just seeing how it plays out, how it has played out for a lot of others in that scenario. And in that way, what has happened here, this is what I've seen happen. Bing, there we go. Let's just, boom, that way we got plenty of light in here. And in that way, the reason I've said earlier that I have no regrets for how things have played out, that's why. I've had the privilege, the opportunity, the good luck to not make a ton of money on YouTube early on. Now, today, I feel like I've worked through a lot of things, and I've become a far greater man than I was back in the day. Somebody who today, if I did strike it rich again, could absolutely responsibly handle that kind of money, not ruin his life, and in fact, take it and do great things with it. At least, maybe not do great things in like some sort of grand worldly sense, but like, I would know how to use it, how to hold on to it, how to turn it into generational wealth rather than squander it. Because I guarantee you I would have absolutely squandered all that money. And the difference, and then I would end up a 43-year-old man with no money, just like I am right now, except I'd still be a man-child. I'd still be immature. I'd still be a pirate software. Ooh, I hate to name drop and call out others like that, but I think we all know the kind of person pirate software is. Yeah, I'd still be like that. I would be one of those, and that would have been a terrible fate for me. That right there is why I have absolutely no regrets for how things have gone. All right, I've been digging up while I'm talking. I've been digging up a bunch of why was I going to call that cinder block? Gravel. But let me read some chat. How old were you when you started the adventures in Minecraft? I don't know, 43 minus 16. I can't remember any X scandals. Yeah, there have been no X scandals because I did not get a ton of money. Does anybody here know who Sky Williams is of League of Legends fame? Content creator again, back around my day. That poor boy. He got incredibly wealthy, and just look up a YouTube video about Sky Williams and how things went for him. When you have the capability to buy a house and then invite all your friends to that house, and you're all young and you're not grown up at all, and you're given loads of responsibility, it's not always a good thing, man. In fact, very often it's a terrible, terrible thing. We have a 9-year difference. What's going on, Brad the Eye Destroyer? Oh my god, your channel and Let's Plays are older than me. As a user, I think the algorithm has been pretty solid, especially this past year. It digs up so many old and low view counts and reminds me of channels I haven't watched in a while. Yes, I think the YouTube algorithm is actually a very good thing right now. I think it's in a great spot. Video number 1 will be 16 years old next month. X's Adventures in Minecraft number 1 will be 16 years old next month. I am geeking. Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, man. It's actually happening right now. Ah, who the T? Who dat? Lamau. Oh, who dat? You talking about pirate software? Lamau. Also, I just realized I'm the age now you were when X's Adventures in Minecraft came out. Dang. Going on Flaming Dragon. Clipped and shipped. Wow, wow, the pirate software call out. Yeah, I know. I hate to name names. We can't not know who he was. The algorithm didn't let us not know. What made you decide to boot up stream today, if you haven't said? I'll go ahead and repeat it. It's fine. I realize people are seeing my first YouTube stream and joining in, and people are going to have a lot of questions, and I don't have like a frequently asked questions command or anything like that. So I'll go ahead, and it's okay for me to briefly repeat what made me wanted to start streaming today. I'm trying to see if YouTube is more financially viable than Twitch, because I've been streaming on Twitch for about 16 years or so. I know about how much money I'm going to make whenever I start streaming on Twitch, but I, for some reason, have never tried YouTube since they made their streaming a lot better. The last time I tried YouTube streaming was in 2015. And it just dawned on me last night that why don't I try this? You have a bigger audience. I'm talking about myself. I have a bigger audience here on YouTube. YouTube probably makes me more visible than Twitch does, especially since I have people who would sign on and see that it's happening, be like, what's going on there? And then they click, that kind of thing. Plus, YouTube gives a 70% revenue share, whereas Twitch gives a 50% revenue share. So, yeah, I'm trying to see between the two, which one is going to be more viable. Also, there have been some technical issues over on Twitch with me, my ISP, and Twitch that has put me in a situation where I can't really stream for like a couple of months at a time because of huge packet loss. Maybe I won't have that problem on YouTube. Maybe streaming on YouTube is something I can do consistently without any technical stops in the way, right? I don't know. I just don't know. I got to try it out. Got to see how the super chats go, the super stickers, what the ad revenue looks like. Depends on how long I stream per stream. So I'm going to give this a try for a little while and see how much money that brings in. And if it's viable, obviously I'll keep streaming, because why wouldn't I keep streaming here on YouTube if it turns out to make me more money? It's a no-brainer. League and Smash. Yeah, Sky Williams, League and Smash. Sky Williams, what a throwback. I know, I loved his stuff. Mistakes were made. I love Sky Smash Bros. Champion Spotlights. Such a shame. What happened? True. I'm going to enjoy listening to this in the background. Hear X talking with Minecraft noises is resurrecting dopamine receptors. Leah Game Dev. Heck yeah, Xtreme. Thanks for making my childhood, dude. Absolutely. Thank you for watching. That was a huge time in my life, too. So I owe as much to you folks. Right back at you. I bought Minecraft because of your Let's Play. Well, if it's 16 next month, then I'm only slightly older. Thanks for introducing me to Minecraft literally all those years ago. My pleasure. It's a great game. I mean, we all still play it, don't we? I downloaded the X-World years ago and made an underground minecart system to Death Mountain, and I wanted to show it to people, but I haven't, and I don't know. I just wanted to say I did. Maybe you should upload a video of it. The last live stream saved to your channel was 11 years ago. Yeah, 2015. If you want to stream, go to Kick. I haven't even... Oh, right. That's a totally other option. Why do you recommend Kick? YouTube streaming is way better for discoverability. Plus, it's just a better viewing experience. What makes it a better viewing experience? I have heard that YouTube streams are a better viewing experience, but I don't know why people say that. From a user perspective, I do massively prefer YouTube streams to Twitch. Okay. I'm getting a lot of valuable input here. In the tunnel you made. I made a tunnel in Death Mountain? Or are you talking about the tunnel that goes like out from the hub and like close to the ocean? Like close to the bank there. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, glad you're trying it. YouTube chat is just bad compared to Twitch. YouTube chat, yeah, actually YouTube, I think Twitch chat is a little better. YouTube ads love cutting you off right when you start talking. Really? How often are these ads coming in? Miss you X, reminiscing on your first Minecraft videos back in the early 2010s. You know what? Maybe I can see the YouTube ads happening if I go here. Well, it's great to see that the stream health is really healthy right now. How long have I been live so far? Let's see. An hour? Okay. Pretty good. I have no idea how to tell when an ad is about to start. I think I might set it to specifically be 30-minute intervals, but I haven't done that yet. Miss UX, reminiscing on your first Minecraft videos back in the early 2010s. I know, man. Yeah, Twitch chat and stream integration is better, but YouTube video player is better. I unfortunately have work early tomorrow. I hope to catch more of your streams in the future, and I hope you have a good night. Same to you, Shooba-looba-doo-doo. Did I say that right? Yeah, I literally play Minecraft because of you. I still play. I used to love your LOL content growing up, too. League of Legends is a lot of fun. I still play League of Legends every single day, almost. Play ranked with a friend, though. And I'm not keen to make YouTube content about that. It's just a way to hang out. Where do I want to live? There was something I said earlier, but it got buried pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep up with everybody here. And play the game at the same time, because I'm very... Yes, finally! Iron. Ah, just the two. Kick gives you 90% with no ads. Well, how did they make money with no ads? I don't think I'd have a channel if it weren't for your videos. Really? That's awesome. Master Yi Legend? Man, I do like playing Master Yi, but I haven't played Master Yi like in 2 years. Yeah, I'm really glad I could make it to your stream, especially Minecraft. Big fan of your commentary style. Thank you. Kinai? Is that the Chinese QI? So like Chin? Or is that just like Kin? Oh yeah, that potential tunnel. Oh. Toothpick Tony, 26.97, tipping $20, saying, well, if it isn't my old Minecraft sensei. I don't know why, but my mind wanted to put an HD there. I don't know why. I thought it said, well, if it isn't my old HD Minecraft sensei, like high definition. I don't get it. I don't know why my mind did that. I watched and enjoyed your playthroughs in my formative years, from Minecraft to Half-Life 2 to Portal to Dishonored, and so on. Now please enjoy 75% of my $20. Well, thank you, Toothpick Tony, for the $20 super chat. Much appreciated. And you mentioned some pretty big classics there. And you know what? It's really fun. Something I definitely will do in the future. I just don't know when. But I still haven't played Death of the Outsider. I've finished every other Dishonored game on YouTube / Patreon. But I still haven't played Death of the Outsider, which is intentional because I love Dishonored so much, and it would be sad for me if I didn't have more new Dishonored ahead. So that one I'm kind of dragging my feet on because I like having Dishonored that I haven't played yet. It gives me something to be so excited about. It's Kin. Gotcha. Kick makes money by being owned by an online casino. Iron Baby. YouTube is friendlier to non-sub member viewers. The ads on Twitch are pretty obnoxious. I think that's good for discoverability and new viewers. Good to know. Well, I will say that my concurrent viewers being at 60 right now for Minecraft, which is my most popular game, obviously. 60 concurrent viewers at the hour mark, which is about where we are. We're an hour and 8 minutes in. If I were streaming Minecraft over on Twitch, I would probably have about 60 concurrent viewers right now. That's about where I tend to cap. Where my streams tend to cap at about 60 concurrent viewers. Now Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov can get up to like 70, maybe 80 sometimes. Tarkov is an incredibly intense game. People love watching that. And for a while there, at least, I was pretty good at it. So Tarkov tends to be a real good game for stream retention. People freaking love watching that game. And I love playing it, but it's changed. Wait, is that the same village? How far did I go? Let's get up on top of the mountain and look around. Oh, you could try one of the multi-streaming sites like Restream. You output your stream to them, then they send it to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I have never heard of that. That sounds amazing, actually. I still play Minecraft similarly to you. I still always have my hotbar similar to you. Kind of different, I guess. Pick, sword, shovel, axe, and torch in the 9th slot, with 3 being for the bow every time. Yeah. You're not the only one. Like, a lot of people tell me that. A lot of people come and say, I still have my hotbar set up exactly like yours. And that to me is super cool. I like hearing that. What's going on, Griffiths 1? For a few months now, I've been doing a Duke Nukem Forever LP. It's been torture. I haven't done anything in 3 weeks because things have been rather hectic. I'm going to college next month. Yeah, doing a Let's Play is actually harder than people may realize. Especially, and I'm not self-diagnosing here, but I don't know. I think I have some form of executive dysfunction. I'm not sure if it's necessarily ADHD or whatever. Like I said, I'm not the type to self-diagnose. But I have noticed I have a lot of those patterns. And I think a lot of viewers have noticed too by this point. The way I just completely disappear from YouTube. Like in the middle of a Let's Play too. I just completely disappear from YouTube for like 6 or 7 months. Is that another village? What biome is that? What biome is this? Okay, I don't want to go there. That's like Savannah or something like that. Where do I want to go? Whoa. Almost messed up there. Oh, I got the mouse sensitivity exactly right. Hold on, dude. Look at all the villages. There's one like way over there, right? And then there's this one. There are villages absolutely everywhere. Unless this is where I came from. I think that's where I came from. Right up here. I don't know what direction I'm going anymore. I gotta pick a space though. Maybe by the water? Dude, my finger just pressed the M key. Complete muscle memory to try and see. To get more of my surroundings. I don't know. Which way am I even going right now? Doesn't matter. Let's keep walking. Let's cut straight across that savannah and see what we can find. Not like we're in too much danger, and we've got plenty of food. All we're doing right now, the goal right now, for anybody wondering, is just to find us a good spot to build. This doesn't look like a bad spot, actually. I'd be okay with this, but let's walk anyway. I'm sure we can find something. Most people just use multi-stream. I see. Brickapoach, GOAT, greatest of all time. Multi-streaming is definitely the way to go if your internet PC can handle it. Yeah, I only have 10 up, not gigabytes either. Or 11. I only have like 11 up. So, I don't know, like dual streaming, multi-streaming seems almost out of reach for me. And my PC is strong, but it's like, it's a mid-range PC, but it's like on the high end of mid-range PC. And I think that might be barely enough to stream to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. But it depends on game. Depends on the game and the bitrate and stuff like that. But really, I think my internet's 10 megabyte, whatever it is. My 10 or 11 up, I think, is really the bottleneck for me there. Yeah, if you use one of the multi-streaming services, you only have to output one stream and then they split it. How much of a cut do they take, though? Like, they have to make their money somehow. What's going on, Sam Plans? First time ever catching one of your live streams. I still remember watching your editing of the Road Sword and Bow video. What's going on, Tyler? Dude, that was so long ago that I did those. Oh, man, it's about to turn dark again. All right, well, I need to find somewhere to hide out. There's not a lot of good places out in this biome. Gotta fall back. Unless I can find a cave or something. Or make one and then just remember I gotta... Yeah, we'll hang out in this little pumpkin patch. Oh, look at this. Whoa, that could have devastated me right there. That would have sucked. Let's just cover that up. Yeah, we're not gonna mess with that. I'm gonna do this. That is going to get real annoying. Ooh, you can make different colored beds now, right? Black bed, red bed, pink bed, blue bed. Okay, this is good. skeleton out there already. All right. Well, let's catch up with chat while we're in here. I don't think I have any food to cook or anything like that. Just gotta grab a quick meal. Gotta quickly do something like this. What do we got? What should we eat? The pork chops. I think we had chicken last night. Pork chops tonight sounds good. Oh yeah, is there anything that I can smelt up now? Not too raw iron. We'll wait. Not really gonna be useful for very much. Even without life getting in the way, Duke Nukem Forever is like not fun, so I've just been procrastinating. 7 months, that'd kill me. I hope you continue your streams best you can because catching them and listening in the background is amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to stream more regularly. I've been thinking about it, and my life has been really hectic for the past couple of years. So it's been hard to lock down a consistent time to do anything, whether that's streaming or making YouTube videos or whatever. Like, it's been hard to lock down a consistent time. But while I am still very busy during the daytime, these days, I'm very busy during the daytime. I got a lot going on. I have found that in the past few months or so, maybe past year or so, my evenings are generally pretty free. Now, I would love to stream in the mornings and then in the evenings, but mornings probably just aren't possible. But every single day is slightly different for me, so the times that I stream are going to be slightly different. I think most consistently it'll probably be not around now. I mean, now is pretty good. Now is a pretty good time for it. But most consistently, it'll probably start around maybe 7 or 8 p.m. my time, which was about 4 years ago. I mean, 4 years ago, about 4 hours ago. Hang on, I gotta let the kitty in. Hello there. How are you? Come here. Want some food? Want some fresh food? Fresh food. See, this would be a good time to take an ad break. I wonder if like they have an AI or something that listens in to me saying that kind of stuff, and then they actually do throw an ad break in. There you go. You're welcome. And I have my coffee as well. Oh, it's a subscription-based thing. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what you mean by quirked up biomes, Lightborn lady. If you use one of the multi-streaming services, you only have to output one stream. Yeah, then they split it. Someone give me a game. I don't know what to play. I can barely type, but I'll play whatever anyone says if I have it. I'm going to recommend you play Cyberpunk. You have to have Cyberpunk, right? I still do your mine shafts the same way you do, but without the X-Lite 9000. And Lone Phantom's like, but the X-Lite 9000 is the best part. That's the reason you build a mine shaft like that. Hoping I see more of you around. I'll try and catch more streams of yours best I can because it's been absolutely wonderful. But I must sleep. See ya later, Brad. Thanks for coming by. If you can stream 4 years a night, that would be great. Oh, I do hear cat. Yes, you do. X's ad-free ventures in Minecraft. I love that you seem just as passionate as you were 15 years ago. Thank you for making my childhood. What's going on? Huyun Christine Lee. Did I pronounce that correctly? You do have Cyberpunk. I figured you did. I mean, everybody does. Except me. I don't have Cyberpunk. I don't have Cyberpunk, but I should have Cyberpunk. Abiotic Factor is a fantastic survival game. Is anyone's looking for a recommendation? I've heard of Abiotic Factor. You can organize things a little bit here. No, I don't need the eggs. Probably don't need the bread either. We got plenty of other food. But keep flint. Of course, we'll keep flint. Black wool, white wool. The black wool is cool, but it just takes up a spot. The book is alright. We don't need the book right now. I can make more books later with the sugar cane. But we'll need less leather if I hold on to this book. I'm gonna hold on to this book. Oak sapling. Rotten zombie flesh. I need to make another workbench. Let's turn some of these into logs here just for funsies. And we'll make some more sticks. Clear this spot. Those spots are also clear. We need an axe. We're gonna need a shovel. We're gonna need a pickaxe. And that's pickaxe, shovel. Oh. X. There we go. That's better. That's better. That's more like it. And now we can watch for daylight. A little bit there. Hang out right here. And just let the night pass on by. See this right here, dear viewers? You see this right here? This right here? That's what I'm talking about. You have to allow yourself time like this in real life. Where you're just sitting with your thoughts. Don't even take your phone with you. Just sit outside on a nice, calm evening, or, as I often do, probably more often do. Actually, I'm not sure. I think they're pretty both equal. But any time of day. Clear blue sky, warm, cool breeze, sitting in the shade somewhere, cold drink in your hand, if you're a stoner, maybe a joint, and just give yourself time to think. Let your thoughts wander. I feel like a lot of people are really stuck when they, wait, what am I just realized I could do something here. Oh, you know what, big, dang it. Alright. Realize a lot of people are pretty stuck. A lot of people feel like they always have to have something playing. They always have to have some form of video or something going. And you don't. There is sitting around and doing nothing, literally nothing, and just existing is a natural state of yours. You have a completely, oh no, I messed this up. You have a completely natural state that you may be neglecting. A state that your body is supposed to tune in and out of. You're supposed to grade between being very active physically and mentally and being not active physically and mentally. You're supposed to grade between these. There's supposed to be an ebb and flow. But I feel like these days, a lot of people, the instant that they're doing nothing, their hand instantly reaches into their pocket and grabs their phone, turns it on, starts scrolling. Your brain starts to panic when there's a lack of external stimulus. But I recommend trying the other thing. intentionally so, I recommend trying the other thing. Don't even take your phone with you when you go outside. Bring a lawn chair or sit out on the porch or even just in the grass. Trust me on this one. Just close your eyes and feel the sunlight. Listen to the leaves in the breeze. Hear the birds chirping, the cars on the freeway nearby or even in the distance. Let yourself just exist and be part of the environment, part of everything that's going on around you. You connect with yourself and you connect with parts of yourself that you probably haven't connected with in years. You learn things. Life slows down. You gain perspective. This direction looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, this way. X is the OG ASMR YouTuber. Never mind, this is not ad-free ventures. I got an ad. Yeah, I have my ad frequency tuned to low. Because when you start a stream on YouTube, they have the option to go automatic, manual, or scheduled. And on automatic, I set it to low. I don't know how often it says low is. It tells me that for low, not everybody receives ads at the same time. Thinking I might just go scheduled for future streams and do them every half hour. But that cuts down on revenue. So YouTube doesn't recommend it. What are these? These called, what are these called? Peonies? No, peonies are red, right? What is this? Oh yeah, they're peonies. Ah, I got it. Got it in one. Yeah, they're very pretty, but like this. Oh. Hello, CypherXV. But it's winter right now. Oh, well, sitting around with your thoughts doesn't have to be outside. I do recommend it outside even during winter, though. I go outside during the winter. But South Texas winters aren't as cold as they are in other places. Isn't there? Yeah, it's supposed to be a treasure chest here somewhere. Golden axe with smite 1. An unbreaking golden pickaxe. Well, that's pretty legit. I don't have anything in my inventory I want to give up. Fire charge, obsidian. Probably want to take the obsidian. Nah, I can collect that whenever I need to later. Flint and steel. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here that I should probably actually grab. We don't need the gravel. Don't need the gravel. We are going to need the wool eventually. Probably give up some of these stone tools too. Not that I need to. My inventory is in a good spot. Boom. You know what? We will give up this stone pickaxe. Because we got this one right here. And the axe. We'll give up this. We'll give up this axe too. I'll put that in there. Flint and steel. Don't necessarily need the furnace. There's more flint here. Fire charges, don't care. Flint and steel does that anyway. Don't need the bone, right? Oh yeah, bone makes bone meal. I don't even really need the bone. Alright, cool. Is there another chest around here? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Hey, what's going on, Tristan? Yeah, see, Aaron 420 knows. Aaron C420 knows. But you don't even need weed to do it. The tea fiend. I like to go outside, pick a direction that looks interesting, and just wander around somewhere I've never been for an hour or two. It feels like it's got a similar effect to what you're describing. Yeah, you enter a flow state. I've been getting ads probably every 15 minutes or so. Is that true for most of you? Have you guys been getting ads about every 15 minutes or so? Because ads have been a topic of conversation. And if you watch other streamers here on YouTube, do you get ads as often on their streams as you do here? That's a question I'd like to know the answer to. Because if I'm going to be doing more YouTube streaming to build my finances, I'm going to want to do it in a way that I feel is optimal for my audience and my experience. All that time spent harvesting that gravel. It wasn't really to harvest the gravel. I was just looking for a little bit of flint, and it was something to do while I chatted. Why do you need gold tools, though? I don't need gold tools. They're just better than stone tools, and I'm going to go through them. They're disposable in my mind. They're as disposable as the stone tools. They're just better while I have them. I mean, they got enchantments. Might 1 and Unbreaking 1. Don't need the gold tools. They're just better than what I was using, which is stone. And I'm just going to get rid of these eventually anyway. As soon as I get the iron stuff. Okay, I do. Oh, look at that. Hold on. We want to go out. I think I want to go out there. That beckons to me. This whole area sort of feels good to me. We may be zeroing in on where I can build my house. We'll take it slow. I have an ad blocker. Well, that works. Yeah, no need for 420 every time. Awareness of one's existence is already a type of high. Yeah, you don't need to get high to experience the benefits of meditation as I'm describing it. Kersplash. Yeah. I wish YouTube would be about the fun of creating again, too. Some people still do it that way. But I feel like that particular kind of YouTuber is becoming less and less of a thing. Because like I said, YouTube has been around for a long time now. I really was one of the OG content creators. And a lot of my ilk have all moved on, myself included, as I haven't really been around too regularly. Wow, you got a different kind of bark sound than the other dogs. And it feels like my generation of YouTuber has been replaced with the younger crowd that watched my generation and said, that's what I want to do for a living. I want to play video games and make money doing it. Or I want to make YouTube videos about whatever my passion is here, etc., and make money doing it. And it's the "and make money doing it" part that really drove a lot of the current generation of YouTubers. And I have to say, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It does change the landscape. The way YouTube feels now is dramatic. Ooh. The way YouTube feels now is dramatically different than how it used to feel. But some of the, what the, no. Dang, it has to be iron, huh? But yeah, like I said, the drive for money is not necessarily a bad thing, because I have seen some of this modern generation of YouTubers create some incredibly impressive things, some very good stuff, and they come at it with a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them come at it with this very optimal approach that's worth learning from. Ah, dang it. Are you telling me this can't break? Dang, that's a real bummer. I didn't know that. That gold pickaxe can't break the ore blocks. Okay, so apparently I can collect that emerald. Not that one. That was too high. I'm not going to make a pillar up that high just for one emerald. And I don't even remember where the other one was. There it is. Is it going to be night again already? Weren't we just sitting in the cave? Okay, that's not going to give me anything. Yeah. You don't even know that gold can't break iron? Noob. No, I didn't. I had no clue. I thought for sure it could. Oh, you can't even reach me, can you? Pathetic. Weakling. Hey. Okay, I can't reach him either. And that seems mutually beneficial. Wait, if I set one on fire with flint and steel, does that instantly blow him up? Oh man, wouldn't the fire charge come in handy here? Fire charge is a ranged weapon, right? Howdy, boys. God, I was hoping that still worked. I realized as soon as I jumped down that they may have changed that. Do you mind me asking how old you are? I watched you when I was 7. Now I'm 21. I'm 43. So I'm bad at math. You do the math for me. If I started YouTube in 2010, how old was I when I started YouTube? It's weird that I, the one who started YouTube, have to ask others how old I was when I started YouTube, but yeah, whatever 43 minus 16 is. I mean, I guess I can do the math myself. 43 minus 10 would be 33, minus another 6 would be 27. I was 27 when I started. I'm 43 now. I think I'm 43. At a certain point around your high 20s, you stop keeping count. Pretty sure I'm 43. I don't know if anyone else here can relate to what I'm going through with that one there. 27, if my math checks out, yeah. I watched you in middle school. You quite possibly taught me that gold pickaxes don't mine ore. Oh, did I? Dang. This goes to show you, man. Even Thor can get fat. I'm 23. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that there are people around who don't know what life is like without the internet. Like, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. There was no internet. Hey, one cooler guy. Tipping... What is that? A 420. And I don't know how that converts to USD. Or is that USD? One cooler guy saying, "Behold, the money being driven to you from Behold, the money being driven to you location from a cretin living inside your wall, X. Now reward us with the insane second screen rambling that us young bloods craved in like the 2000s. Dear God, we're all old now." Well, thank you so much for the $420. I don't know how that converts to my currency, but if it's close to like $400, then yeah, that's pretty huge. 420 Australian? I thought it was Australian. 420 Australian dollars is still like 300 something-ish. Wow, absolutely wow. Thank you so much for the 420. Oh, hold on. You went 420.69. You did that on purpose. 420.69. I totally get it now. I don't know how that went. I don't know how that went over my head when you did that. Well, one cooler guy. Thank you. How come only 2 people have clicked like on that? Come on. Here, hold on. Let me click like on that over here. Boom. Thank you so much for that very generous donation, cooler guy. Now reward us with the insane second screen rambling that us young bloods craved in like the 2000s. Second screen rambling? I do tend to do a lot of rambling. I'm not sure what you mean by second screen. But I do tend to ramble. I feel like this whole stream has been a pretty big example of how I tend to ramble. I could just honestly pick anything, any thought in my head, and go on about it for like 24 hours, which is kind of dangerous. It's useful in some ways, but kind of dangerous in others. It's at least $1. That's true. At minimum, it's at least $1. And I thought the A was Australian. I just wasn't sure. I'm not a very worldly gent, so a lot of things like that go over my head. But not the 42069 thing. But I caught that, and that's really clever. that's that's very 2000s. You're right. You're definitely of the generation that would do that. Very cooler guy. I agree. That should be Australian dollars, like 293. Literally just started rewatching the OG X series 3 days ago. Now you are live? What a treat. What's going on, Benito? I liked my comment. God, I was 23. Also the age where my... Oh, okay. Where my baseball coach was a bit of an idiot. Hey, David, I'm 27 now, and I started watching you when you were 27. Kind of wild. Hope you're doing well. What's going on, Grant Hart? Yeah, things are going, especially with that larger donation, pretty okay these days. Had a lot of ups and downs over the past few years. Thankfully, more ups than downs. But a lot of those ups come strictly from attitude. This thing has smite on it, so we're gonna go. Charge! I could bring out the shield, I know. Okay, I was hoping that would do it. Whoa. This gold axe is degrading quickly. Nice having smite on it, though. Can't lie. What's an example of something you could focus 24 hours on? Well, without I'm requesting no spoilers on this, but for some reason, the first thing that came into my mind is the Venture Brothers TV show, which I haven't seen since like 2007, back when I had a TV in my room. But you know that scene where Brock Sampson is like standing in the middle of the road, and someone's trying to run him over with a car, and he goes like real loose, like he takes a deep breath and he goes like real loose, and he kind of like leans back as they're driving directly at him, and he just kind of like drops, so like he slides up the hood and crashes into the windshield in a position already with his arms already in a position to hold the steering wheel and land on the pedals, that kind of stuff. Yeah. And from there, talking about Brock Sampson on the TV show The Venture Brothers on Cartoon Network, that would lead me into what was going on in my life in those particular years. I remember lots of cool things going on in my life in those particular years. From there, I could start talking about any one of those. And I could tell you stories and stories, especially about the era, which was around then, where I was playing poker days. Ugh. Man, do I have some stories for that. So I could tell those stories, and then those would eventually lead to other stories. So yeah, that's how I can ramble. You see what I'm doing right now? I'm even rambling about rambling. Now, is that a skill? Who knows? Is it a gift? I'd say so, in a number of ways. There we go. I'd say so, in a number of ways. It's quite the gift. Now, is it good on first dates? Probably not. I wouldn't recommend rambling on first dates. I can speak from experience. Does not lead down desirable paths. Okay, I suck. I suck. There we go. There we go. There we go. Bloop. Oh. No! Dang it. I've been on the hunt for a place to build my house and for iron for ages now. It's never taken me this long to find a place to establish myself or to find this much iron. I don't know how much Minecraft has changed in the time it's been since I last played it. But my adventures don't usually start like this. no coherent thoughts or just rambling like an old man? Yeah, this is X. I like that rambling like an old man without coherent thoughts has been me for the past 16 years. Actually, longer than that. Quite a bit longer than that. And it doesn't take a whole lot either. I think I've always been really good with what I call flow, and that's not necessarily speaking about the flow state, because we all know what the flow state is like. We've all been in it. The flow state is an amazing place to reach. But I'm talking about flow, which is something different. Not entirely unrelated, closely related, in fact, to the flow state, as flow can lead to the flow state and vice versa. But when I say flow, I'm talking about something different. And I think I've always been good with flow, just in general. It shows, I think, in the things that I've taken interest in the past. For example, swimming. I'm a real good swimmer. Hey, Grant Hart 7302 with $50 Canadian. Thank you for having the best series on YouTube. Grant Hart, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Much appreciated. During my incoherent old man ramblings here, where I was talking about, what was I just talking about? See, that's one of the things that comes with it. Oh yeah, flow, and how it's not like entirely related to the flow state. But yeah, it's swimming. Yeah, I'm really good at swimming, and that's a very flow oriented activity. Swimming. It's, you know, if you're in water, you flow. I've always been good with stuff like that. I've always been good with anything that involves trajectory, like hurling javelins, even though I've never hurled one. I know I'd be great at it. Throwing frisbees. Frisbees flow when thrown more so than something like a football or a baseball. Frisbees. I'm great at frisbees. I'm a fantastic aim with a rubber band. And one thing that you folks may not know about me is that for the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years now, one to two years? We'll say 2. We'll say 2.5, maybe 3 years. For the past 2 or 3 years now, I have almost every single day trained the bow staff. I'm a bona fide martial artist. After about 2 or 3 years, I've come to realize pretty recently that I'm quite good with that thing now. I can say with no ego. I'm just quite good with the bow staff. I train the bow staff outside basically every day. Now you want to talk about flow state. Find yourself something like that. The bow staff is, and I realize this is a bold claim, what I'm about to say here. And if you're wondering what I'm doing in Minecraft, I'm trying to find a space to get like a really good look around. The bow staff is to me, and I realize what I'm about to say here is a bold claim, but when I discovered it, it felt like I found what I'm supposed to be doing. And I don't mean like for a living or like to better humanity or whatever. It just feels like one of those things. And I feel like we all have those. Those things that, I'll put it this way. The bow staff is to me what the piano must have been to Beethoven. The bow staff is to me what his tinkerer's workbench must have been to Leonardo da Vinci, what the paintbrush and easel must have been to Bob Ross. The bow staff to me is that thing which completes you in such a way that it's difficult to explain, except to be able to compare it to others who found their thing. That's what the bow staff is for me. I feel a drive to pick up my bow staff and go outside and start practicing with it basically all the time. It feels like an extension of myself. And it's a very flow-oriented thing, and that makes perfect sense to me. Another thing that I've recently discovered about myself, it's been true for me throughout all of my life, that I've always loved the wind. I love windy days. And as I've come to become more familiar with myself and who I am, and just, I don't know, what my existence is, I've learned that I very much connect with things that relate to flow. Have you ever watched my PlanetSide 2 videos and seen me fly a Reaver? That's flow. And I am fucking top notch at that. Same as I am with the bow staff and with swimming. And with just letting my thoughts, for lack of a better word, and by definition, flow. I'm very, very good at flow. I absolutely love it. So, I don't know, I tend to gravitate toward those things. And, you know, if I hadn't spent a lot of time just sitting around these past few years. Ooh, what's that way? Okay, this way probably. I think I found my direction. That way. That way. If I had not just spent a ton of time just sitting around, I wouldn't have figured these things out about myself and made so many different connections. I feel it's so important for people to do that, to understand oneself in as complete a manner as possible. And I feel like you'll never be able to do it in a fully complete manner. So it's something that you can only ever strive to attain more of, which is an understanding of yourself, but you'll never have it all. And that's what makes it a worthwhile journey. I feel like you can live a whole life of self-exploration in one spot, and that would not be a wasted life. Self-exploration is one of the grandest forms of adventure, and I'm not even kidding you about that, because when I can't describe the amount of peace and connection to the universe that I feel when I'm training my bow staff. It's indescribable, and I've always advocated for everybody finding whatever that is for them. I always advocate that people look for whatever that is for me, for yourself, whatever that is for you. And you'll know it when you find it. You absolutely will. I guarantee you'll know it when you find it. Something connects. And we have many of these. We may have many of these in our lives. Look for them. I feel like it's the purpose of one's life to discover these things. To discover these fields, these fields that become, once you discover them, they become yours to till. You plant seeds in them and you grow. It becomes a part of you that grows. That's kind of the best way I can put it right now. Sorry, I've kind of been not reading chat. I've been staring at the screen while I've been talking about this. Man discovers violence with a stick, imminently gains craving for violence. Yeah, no, the bow staff is it is a weapon. It's a weapon, it's a tool, but more so it's an instrument. And like an instrument, I play the most beautiful of masterpieces with it. That's why it connects so well, and it's flow. I feel like that about my keyboard. You talking about like your computer keyboard, or are you talking about like your synthesizer / piano keyboard? Oh man, I feel like I veered off course in the direction I wanted to go. Eat. Master X, words of wisdom. I love foggy nights, so atmospheric. Foggy nights are very atmospheric. Man, those Reaver videos. Hey, the T-Fiend, you know. Windy days are wonderful. I love rainy days that are decently windy so much. I love clear, windy days. Oh. And let me tell you, being outside at night, under a clear sky, beneath the stars and the moon, with a cool breeze that grades between a cool breeze and a heavy gust. Being outside on nights like that with my bow staff, with low humidity and just nature all around, I can practice that bow staff for hours. And also cool is when it's raining heavily. Yeah, I'll go out there fully clothed and I will just practice my bow staff in the rain because it's freaking awesome. Oh, crap. I think we've found a place suitable for me to build a house, like maybe out there-ish. I better take cover somewhere though and pay attention to chat for a little bit. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people... Oh, dang it. I feel like a lot of people are too heavily ensnared. That's a great word to use here. Thank you, StarCraft. I think a lot of people are very heavily ensnared by social media and their screens and their phones, and it pulls them away from the journey of self-discovery that I'm talking about. And that may be the key, one of the key cornerstones in that problem that we all know and see. Hey, butthole. I feel like that may be a key component in that problem that we all know and see that's going on a cultural, societal, and species level, where everybody seems to be just a little sadder and a little more depressed day by day. Ooh, a bundle. That could come in very handy. It's that incessant pull toward scrolling on a phone that causes a lot of people to never walk the path that I'm describing of self-discovery. Oh yeah, to get back to what I was saying earlier, can you imagine? I feel like a lot of you don't know it because you were born after it, but there was a time not long ago where the internet was not a household thing. Can you imagine a world without the internet? It's difficult for me to imagine a world without the internet. And I spent almost half my life in a world without internet. And let me tell you, it was fucking awesome. It really, really, really was fucking awesome. A world without internet. This is a cool, this is a nicely built house. We got like a second floor up here and everything. This is pretty sweet. It's a great place to chill. Computer keyboard. Hey man, well if that's your thing, then you found it. Oh my gosh, there's so much to look at under a clear starry night. It's so beautiful. I know. X's Shaolin Monk Adventures arc wasn't something I was expecting, to be honest. Shaolin Monk. Honestly, those people, the Shaolin monks and Confucius and a lot of those, I realize the type of wisdom that I'm speaking right now, that I'm trying to share with you, dear viewers, is it does seem very like Zen, but a lot of those philosophers and a lot of those monks and a lot of those old-timey travelers, like you tend to think about like the old martial arts master, like Mr. Miyagi kind of thing. You tend to think about those guys when you hear this sort of wisdom, this sort of introspective wisdom. And that's because, yeah, they really had a lot of this stuff figured out. They spent a lot of time just sitting on a hill. Just, that's it. And I've, in the past, like only 4 or 5 years, started to spend a lot of time just sitting outside. And I've, in that short amount of time, 4 or 5 years, have come to reach a lot of these wisdoms that I'm trying to share with you, dear viewers. In just 4 or 5 years, I've uncovered a lot of these myself. It's not like I looked anywhere and found this stuff. These are things that you, as you think about them, and as you connect the dots, and as you connect the pieces, and as you stay away from your screens, and as you spend more time just with yourself and nobody else, as you reconnect to yourself in that way, you reconnect to the universe, because let's not forget that there is an actual physical reality behind what I'm describing here. When I say you reconnecting to yourself by staying away from stuff that takes you away from yourself, like social media, by staying away from that stuff, you begin to reconnect with yourself. And when I say you reconnect with yourself, you literally are reconnecting to the universe, because you are the universe. Every single particle and atom of you was created in the center of a star somewhere. You are the universe. You're not just part of the universe. You literally are the universe. It's a very real thing. When you reconnect with yourself, you're reconnecting to the universe. It's an actual, describable, experienceable phenomenon. And I encourage everybody to do their best to get as close to that as possible. Because there's a truth. There's like this underlying truth there. And you feel like you get closer and closer to it the more you do this. That's why I'm such an advocate of just leaving your phone on your desk and going outside. And then don't come in for 4 hours. You will come back so much more relaxed. You won't even want to pick up your phone again. It's amazing what happens to you. And like I said, I've only been doing this for about 4 or 5 years. Think about those old martial arts masters that you guys are comparing my wisdom to right now, the stuff that I'm trying to say. Think about those guys. They did that their whole lives. They never once had a phone to scroll on. WTF is a bundle. I haven't played this game in forever. Yeah, it can contain like a lot of small things. You can put stuff in it. See that? And it saves you a little bit of inventory space. Like these are things these are things I don't need to pull out regularly. Just a great way to, oh, I didn't realize dragging the bundle on top of something else would put that stuff in the bundle. But yeah, it's a way to gain a little bit of storage space back. I hear the kitty. What was that? What is that? What the? Oh, it's one of those. What the? 2 arms! Is there a chance I can get this guy's weapon? Oh God, that hurts a lot. Oh, that hurts a lot. Wow, that hurt a lot. No arrows. I crafted none. Oh, good. You can come onto land. God, this better be worth all the shield degradation. Follow me, you coward! Is there a chance I can get his trident? That was cool. If only you had a bow staff. That zombie has spent 5 years achieving a flow state with his trident. That's why he hits so hard. How deep is that pond? That is not a pond, my friend. That is something else. Dang, X spitting life game. You Are Stardust is so funny. Isn't it, Zygon? Isn't the fact that you are Stardust, isn't that such an intriguing thought? And it's not just like a notion, it's literal truth. You are the universe. 1,000,000,000%. There's no other way to look at it. And when you die, that is what you will become again. And perhaps that's what so many religions mean. Maybe we shouldn't talk about religion, but perhaps that's what so many religions mean when they describe their version of the afterlife, their version of heaven. What is that? What are you? I got like fire chickens over here. Brown egg. It's exactly what it looks like. Armadillos? Dang, I gotta play this game again. I know. Everything is the universe. Everything is stars. It is. There's a small chance to get it unless it's sunk all the way down. A small chance to get that trident? It's pretty cool. I gotta find more of those things. That was neat. Alright, I think I was headed out that direction. Or actually building just out in this open area. I think we may have found our starting location. Although, oh, maybe not, because I've never liked this biome, that savanna looking biome. I've never liked that place. And this is like really close to that. Maybe just over that mountain. Maybe just over that mountain range over there. Let's walk. Let's go find out. Egg EGG. Oops, I alt tabbed here. Let's see. Don't let the Shaolin monks start doom scrolling. I wonder, do monks have cell phones? I'm pretty sure they do, right? Don't let the Shaolin monks start doom scrolling. When I was born, I was welcomed into the great happening. I hope to enjoy it while it's my turn. I'm not certain as far as my own life's philosophy is concerned, because I've been doing a lot of thinking, and naturally a lot of that is existential. I'm not certain it's not always your turn, Toothpick Tony. There is some science to back it up too. Because I've watched videos and I've read some things about the theories of what happens to the universe when the universe eventually ends. There's a number of theories and a few very prominent ones, but a lot of them point to the possibility that the universe just eventually resets. Perhaps infinitely so, over and over and over and over again. Which means when you die and you close your eyes for that final time, you become again a part of the universe, but since you're not alive, you can't experience time. That means the universe will come to an end and restart, maybe an infinite number of times, before eventually it big bangs again in just such a way that every single part of you that makes up you right now will again reform in the exact configuration that you're in right now, in the exact universe that the universe is in right now, the exact configuration that the universe is in right now. You may very well live this exact same life and infinite many more similar to it in between the time that you come around again. And if that's the case, since you can't experience time, the whole universe can be born and die an infinite number of times before you finally come into existence again in this form. And you won't experience any of that time, which means when you die and close your eyes for that final time, it could just be the case that at that same instant, you're waking up again, you're opening your eyes again for the first time and beginning to form your first memories. So from your perspective, it's always your turn. And like I said, it's very possible. I mean, what I'm describing is very possible. There is some science to back it up too. It's not just religion and theory I base this off of, or philosophy. It's not just philosophy and theory that I base this off of, or religion. But yeah, like I said, I'm not sure it's not always your turn. What does it feel like to be X? X? Amazing. I'm not gonna lie. It feels fucking amazing. Like at the beginning of this stream, we talked about the personal growth that I went through that I would not have experienced, most likely, if I had become a millionaire with my first YouTube series. Well, I guess my first YouTube series was World of Warcraft gold farming, but my first X's Adventures in Minecraft. And a big part of that personal growth is recognizing that all things are about perspective. Everything is about perspective. Every single thing. Oh, what? I'm going over a mountain range I've already been over. I guess that means I really should be on this side of it. And the reason I say it's amazing being X is because even during my hard times, even when things are difficult, like last year, and none of you would know this because I don't think I've talked a lot about it. Maybe I've talked about it once or twice in a Twitch stream, like at the start of this year. So like maybe a total of 12 people know it, but I'll go ahead and say it again. At the end of last year, around November, so like the last quarter of 2025 and going into 2026, I had an infection that nearly killed me. I don't know how many of you know a lot about blood pressures, but my blood pressure was at 190 over 120. I had a terrible infection that nearly killed me. Now, a lot of that blood pressure spike might have been due to the medication I was taking for the pain, because I was admittedly overdosing a lot on pain medication because I was in extreme pain. I was in 10 of 10 pain all day long, even with loads of medicine. But and during this time, I was having not I was having, but my family was going through something extremely difficult. One of my family members' health really took a negative turn. And there was a lot of time spent at the hospital, and there was a lot of time where I was the only one who could provide things like bringing food to the hospital, clothes. I was taking care of my family and myself and my house while having an infection that put me in 10 of 10 pain, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and nearly died because of it. It was nearly too much for me. I went to the doctor because I felt really bad one day, like in a way that your body says, you need to take care of this. I went to the hospital one time, or to the emergency room one time myself, and that's when I found out I had a blood pressure of 190 over 120. And that's when I said, yep. And that's when the doctor told me, you need to relax. You need to calm down. You need to figure this out. He gave me some antibiotics and stuff like that. It's a long story. I feel it feels like I'm rushing through it right now, but that's because there's a lot to tell, and I can't condense all of the chapters coherently. But I will tell you this: during that time, which was one of the most difficult and trying times of my life, I was grateful. I was grateful. Could you imagine being grateful in that circumstance? I was. You know why? I didn't look at it as, look at this terrible thing that's happening to me. Look how difficult my life is. I saw it as, I get to experience life at its most difficult like this. I have the privilege of having this deathly infection and putting myself to the challenge of seeing if I can take care of me, my homestead, my family, and all those that depend on me, and continue to function at 110% my normal capacity. Maybe 150% my normal capacity with a life-threatening illness in constant pain. I get to do that. I don't know if you guys know anything about King Alfred. But yeah, he was a very respected and noble king, even though he himself had, for his whole life, a very debilitating illness. And I sort of imagined I sort of imagined that must have been what it was like for his whole life, to be like that, and to have to be a king during all of it. How noble is that? So I saw a sense of nobility in what I was doing, and in that, I found a sense of purpose during that time. And when you are living your purpose, or a purpose, that's what leads to happiness. It's not money. It's not being in a relationship. It's living a purpose. You don't have to have money or a house or a girlfriend, wife, boyfriend, husband. None of that. You don't have to have any of the checklist things that people think make for a happy life to be a happy person, to live a happy second by second, day by day. You don't have to have those things. If you have a purpose and you're fulfilling it, or if you are doing the one thing that all human beings need, every single one of us has a need that's built into our very DNA, and not all of us nurture this need. And what is that need? That need is to be better, to be greater tomorrow than we are today. Or I guess greater today than we were yesterday. In other words, we have a need to constantly be improving. And that can manifest in an infinite number of forms. But if you are doing that, you will be happy. You will feel a sense of fulfillment that you can describe as sustained happiness. So even in my darkest hour, I was grateful for being in that position. for getting the opportunity, for getting the chance to prove myself in that way, to see what that is like. It's like, oh, okay, this is what it's like to be in 10 of 10 pain 24/7 for 3 months and then nearly die and take care of everybody while doing it. That's what that's like. You imagine the amount of experience you get under your belt, the amount of worldliness that you gain from going through something like that and coming out of it on the other side, not just alive, but far more capable than you were before. Far more capable. It removes fear. Once you go through something like that, you realize you're like, man, I can handle a lot. And you fear things way less. Splash! I gotta get somewhere. Anyway, all things are about perspective. So when you ask me what it's like to be X, it's amazing. Now, I wasn't always this kind of person. Back when I first started YouTube, 16 years ago, I was the kind of person that saw himself as a victim more times than not. And that's a pretty whiny way of looking at things. I don't think anybody really likes to be around that kind of person. The kind of person who always finds some reason to... I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'm so far away from that kind of person now that it's difficult for me to explain what it was like. But I think you understand what I'm getting at there. That's the kind of person I used to be. That's the kind of person I am no more. That kind of growth, that's what leads to sustained happiness. So when you ask me what it's like to be me, today it's amazing. It really is. Because I know I can go through even the greatest of hardships and through only perspective find purpose, meaning, and a path of... and see a path that leads to growth through it. So, in other words, I'm the kind of person who, when I'm happy and content and calm, I'm happy and content and calm. But when I'm down in the dumps, I'm sad, I'm depressed, when things are difficult, when I'm sick, when something incredibly terrible has just happened in the family or maybe even to me, physically or emotionally, whether that be a breakup or a broken leg or what have you. Doesn't really matter. Or whether a creeper sneaks up on me. I'm still happy. And it's weird to say that I'm happy even when I'm sad, but it's true. And it's hard to, I realize for some it may seem not even possible because they're so contradictory. How can one be happy when one is sad? That doesn't work, right? No, well, I'm here to tell you it does. It actually does. What's going on, Electric Fox? What's up, X? Hope you're doing well. Sorry I haven't caught any of your streams in a while. Loved the Tarkov streams on Twitch a few years back. Not sure if you remember me either. It's PowerAge98, by the way. Well, welcome to the YouTube stream. I'll call you Electric Fox. I was going to say Power Age. Welcome to the YouTube stream, Electric Fox. I'm seeing if this is a viable option. And so far, it seems like it is. I've already made enough money tonight to definitely warrant a good look at turning a YouTube stream into a regular thing. I'd better bolt. Did they ever find out the cause of the infection? No, not really. And here's the thing. Over the past year, I've had it 2 more times. Same infection, but I've gotten to it earlier these times because I know what it is and attacked it with antibiotics, and I've been able to clear it up. But it's an ear infection, but I'm not sure what causes it. Oh. And the 10 of 10 pain that I was talking about, the infection created such a weird circumstance. It hurt inside my teeth. It starts on one side and then eventually spreads to all of them. And it really is 10 of 10 pain, agonizing. Which is why I was taking like 8 aspirin and 8 ibuprofen at the same time to dull the pain. And that still didn't even get rid of it. It was horrible. Just insanely horrible if you let that infection go. As a matter of fact, I don't know why I haven't mentioned this yet, but that same infection, I have it right now. Now, I just took my last antibiotic pill today for it. I've had it though for the past like 10 or 12 days. 10 or 12 days ago, I began to feel the first signs of it. It feels like, you know how your teeth feel if you bite into something cold, really cold, and then you drink something really hot like coffee, and it creates that sharp spike of tooth sensitivity in your teeth? It feels just like that at first. It hurts. I felt those symptoms like 10 or 12 days ago, and I went to the doctor immediately, told him what I figured it was, told him what I needed to fix it, got it, and now I'm fine. I'm gonna be fine. Like I still have it slightly. It also creates a very high-pitched ringing in the ear. In this case, it's my right ear, but it has been either or and both in the past. But yeah, before I figured out what was going on and knew what to do about it, like the first time I got this, I just kind of let the infection go. And it gets worse and worse until it nearly fucking kills you. And I don't know what's causing it over and over. It could have been nerve. Yeah, I know. Antibiotics are quite possibly the best thing that we found by complete accident. Antibiotics are freaking amazing, dude. They're genuine lifesavers. You're right about that, cooler guy. Did you know that there's a species of ants that makes their own penicillin? So even ants have figured out how to fight infections using antibiotics. All right. I think this'll do. I think I found it. I think I found what we're gonna build. We got a horse riding zombie with a spear? Am I seeing that right? What? I dare not approach that. I don't know if that's like some sort of a new type of like elite mob or something. And this is just now the location where I want to be, and if I die, I will not be able to find this place again. I'm not a big fan of using F3 to find the coordinates either. I don't really like doing that. To me, that takes away a lot of the adventure, knowing exactly where to go when you die, or I don't know, that kind of thing just doesn't work for me. I was trying to block. Expert level play right there. Ooh, let's heal up. Here. That's why antibiotics are worth trading in zombie media. What? Zombie media? Might need to go to an ear, nose, and throat doctor to get a full workup. Yeah, I guess so, because like the infection seems to be coming back every like 3 or 4 months, like clockwork. But that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, what could that even be? Shield is kind of cheaty though. Yeah, sorta, but like you do have to. It is something you have to manage carefully during fights, because if you get hit, if you lower it at the wrong time, you take a load of damage. I'm not wearing any armor, and I had to fight 2 monsters there that were attacking at staggered intervals. It was a little required a little bit of focus and concentration, really. All right. Hopefully, that spear wielding zombie is gone, and I can find a nice flat location to start building. I'm going to need... Oh yeah, this looks like a really good spot. Where are my sticks? Where are my sticks? Pretty sure I had sticks. Guess I don't have sticks. I was hoping for sticks so I can make an arrow so I can take care of this guy. I think it's 2 normal sword swings and an axe crit. Oh! Yeah. What? Did he straight up drop a firework? Said I picked up a firework. Oh no, I grabbed gunpowder. Okay. That makes more sense. I don't have sticks. Hey, Elfman72. Hello, X, is that you? Like a ghost friend that I have missed for years. A friend from years ago has returned. Welcome back, brother. Glad to see you. What's going on, Elfman? Good to see you here on the YouTube stream. Survivors in zombie games and shows are always trading antibiotics and weapons. Oh, yeah. Oh, zombie media. That's what you meant by media. Okay. I didn't know if you were talking about like a specific game or something like that. Yeah, no. You're right. Antibiotics are a hot commodity, especially in those scenarios, for sure. So glad we live in a world where that has been discovered. You're right. Don't need the sand. I will need sand, actually, to make glass. I'm going to pick that back up. Dang it, which means I got to pick up the rest of the crap, too. All right. All right, let's do this. I know I won't need leaves. Should probably look down if the Enderman is near, otherwise I'll probably end up getting destroyed. If I look down, I can't... Oh, he was just passing through. All right, let's do this. Okay, that's pretty good. Now let's see. I can finally finish this up. Keep those. Keep that. Anything in the bundle I don't need? No, it's all fine. I do want the sand. Don't need the rotten flesh. Okay, the golden tools do suck. Get rid of those. Flint and steel, keep that. Gunpowder, bow goes here, arrows go here. Food's good, that can go. Ooh, we got plenty of that. Okay, we got food to cook here. I think I need to create a little temporary cubby space to store a bunch of things. But the house is certainly going to be in this general area here somewhere. In this big little, in this big swath here. So I'll put the hidey hole just about here. And this one we're going to break off to the left. Ooh, lovely. Lovely, darling. This is beautiful. Embrace the funny mold. Is that, yeah, it's penicillin, right? You let the infection establish itself the first time. That is probably why it can hide somewhere and come back again. Is that a thing? I've kind of thought that might be a thing. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm like, is this something that I'm just going to have to deal with for the rest of my life? Just this infection recurring like every 3 months? This past year seems like that might be the case. But I may also be doing something that is causing it. Like I recently learned that you're not supposed to use Q-tips like real deep in your ear. Like you're not supposed to touch the eardrum. Yeah. And I'm known to do that. I'm known to do exactly that. So maybe that's causing it? So I've stopped doing that. I don't know. Not too worried about it though. I'll cross that bridge every time that I have to, and then oopsie, I'll cross that bridge every time that I have to cross that bridge. Eventually, I'm sure it'll work itself out. I feel like that's another big part of why I'm so peaceful and calm lately, and I have this persistent sense of happiness no matter what's really going on, is a positive outlook. Optimism, it's huge. It's genuinely huge. Like, here I am talking about how I might have to live with a recurring infection every 3 months. It's like recurring nearly killer infection every 3 months, and I'm like, yeah, I'll figure it out. It'll work itself out. I'm sure. And the attitude that it's all gonna work out. Like, no matter what's going on in your life, that attitude is whatever. It's all gonna work out. That is so important. I feel like seriously, just having that attitude alone, everything really does work out. Like, that's all it takes. It's just having that attitude. Something about it. Something about just having that attitude just makes it actually the case. There we go. Now we got some sticks. Do I really need to do 2? I don't really have a lot of inventory space. Let's do 1. Yeah, we're still cutting things down here. Darg Narbit. Gosh darn it. But that's the best part of Q-tips, is going deep in your ear. Yeah. Soon the X-Lite 9100 will make its appearance. The X-Caves returns. Do cows sound different again? What version is this? This is the most recent version. Whatever the latest is. What it is. Go 1 more deep. Actually, I feel like we should go... We can do this, but I feel like we need to go 1 more deep to the right, not in this direction. We'll do this. Because we're probably going to be spending a few nights here anyway. Whoa. That's crazy. All right, so we'll kind of just leave that as it is for now. I'm going to put some cobblestone here to prevent me from killing myself. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I need a way to ensure again. There we go. Just a few blocks to keep myself nice and safe. All right. I guess I shouldn't go that way anymore. We'll just leave it like this for now. Doesn't need to be pretty. It's not going to be the house. It's a cave. We will be making a house. Keeping an eye on this right here in case I want to jump down and see what iron or something I can discover. It's good to have as an option. Not that we're actually going to go down there, but we'll see. Okay. All right, we'll move this now. Gotta get rid of something. Not the gunpowder. Gunpowder's fun. Let's get rid of the gravel. Grab. 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 There we go. 4 goes in the middle. Oh, I went too far. I think if I need an extra space, it should be for inventory. Whereas this, we just need 1 more of these. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Boom, boom. And I realize the blast furnace is a thing. I think it's called, or is it a smoker? I'm not sure. But I'm old school. I'm going to use my furnace for now. Just seems like a good move. I can pull just the planks out of the bundle there. And makes 1 chest. There will be a single chest there. And for the rest of it, I don't think I need the logs. We'll do this. Goes right there. And here we go. Boom, boom. No, no, no. Here. This is my intended design. Oh, I should close this up. Let's close this up with dirt, not with Cablestane. No, no, no. No need for that. Boom. We'll do that. There we go. And this looks like it leads outside, but it doesn't lead outside. In fact, if we break this down, we can see the sky. And that'll be a good way for us to monitor the time of day. Break this up by half, break this up by half. And then boom and boom, 55 and 56. That's as halved as it can get. Let's put this in here, this in here, and let that roll. In the meantime, in the single chest, we'll put the things I know I'm going to want to keep and use later. There we go. These are all example. Okay, I'm gonna eat those. There we go. That's lovely. Those are definitely things I'm gonna keep and use later. Whereas this is going to be mostly for, you know, organize this at some point style stuff. Just gonna toss everything in here and we'll end up grabbing some of it again at some point. Keeping everything I want on me here. You can put the bundle away for right now. These potatoes, just toss the potatoes in there. Where's that cooked chicken? I'm gonna cook that. We're gonna cook that tonight. That's what we'll do. Move the steak, move the chicken, move the planks, there's the arrows, keep the sticks. We always want dirt on the hot bar. Dirt's the most useful block in the game. Cooked pork chop can stay. Torch is good. I lack a bucket. A bucket would be nice. All right, we'll let that go, and let me look at chat here for a little while. Make sure to set spawn before going into the dark hole of dark dangerousness. Maybe I should... Oh, wait. You know what? Maybe I should set my spawn now, huh? Make this the first bed area. Maybe that's not the worst idea. But I'm still going to... Where should I set the bed? Right next to this? No, because then when you respawn, you can just like accidentally drop down there. Let's do this. Well, that looks lovely. That looks nice. Blink. That's nice. Now it's day, but that's okay. I really wanted to spend some time looking at chat, so I was going to use this night for that. But it's better that it's better that I set the spawn point, because we did find this is definitely the place where I'm going to be building. Boing, 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 boing. Here we go. All right. Flip phone furnace. I don't know what that means. Let's cook these. All right. What version is this? It's the latest version. I need a house. Starts digging into the nearest hill. Classic X. X is the first true dwarf. What? Oh, because of the digging. This is like some kind of X cave. Honestly, seeing leather in the inventory, but no more bundles, makes me crave string. Kill spiders, please. I gotta find some. Meanwhile, the humble door is just waiting. I guess we should probably make one of those. No need for doors when we got dirts. Bundles are new to me. When were they added? I have no idea, but I know like last year sometime I found one and I found it to be very useful. They're very useful. I haven't played Minecraft in ages. The music still hits. I know, especially when it's the original one, the original tunes. Or like a year ago, bundles were added. Hey, that's what I said. Do you realize how many games I have bought because of your videos and streams? Wish you could get paid for that. Yeah, you know, there are ways for me to do that. I'm just not very good at finding ways to monetize my stuff. I feel like I'm like the worst YouTuber. Like as far as YouTubers are concerned. Like maybe my content is fine to watch. But like as far as like the professional side of YouTubing, I feel like I'm like the worst YouTuber. because I really don't do what's best. Best practices for making money on the platforms. I really don't. And a lot of that stemmed from, some of it seems, I don't have my thoughts fully formed on this, so I guess I will stop talking for now, but I gotta think about that some more. My builder brain is enticed by the prospect of doing that. Flip phone furnaces versus new age eye blast. Flip phone versus eye. Oh, flip phone furnaces. I get it. Old school. I had flip phone back in the day. Man, I got a lot of steak. I got so much steak. Yeah, let's put some food in here. Take about half these steaks. Man, we got a lot of food. That's great. That's amazing. I'm amazing. Nice. Yeah, damn, nice. Stayed up late watching you play Minecraft when I was 10. I'm now 25 and married and still watching you play Minecraft. Staying up late watching me play Minecraft. Nice. Isn't it funny? That's how life works, man. X seems the opposite of Mr. Beast. Oh, as far as like my monetization practices go? Yeah, I guess so. The way to make the most money on YouTube is so screwed up. If anything, it just makes you a better person for not doing those things. I've always kind of sort of felt that way too. Like, that's probably one of the biggest reasons I ended the original X's Adventures in Minecraft. Like I said, I knew even at the time that I could keep going and probably make millions off of it. But you know why I didn't? It's because you're right. I'm not like Mr. Beast or like like most YouTubers these days. I did see the opportunity to make loads of money. But to do that, you know what I would have had to do? I would have had, and this is exactly what I was trying to avoid. I would have had to keep going with X's Adventures in Minecraft. Now, let's not forget the reason I ended X's Adventures in Minecraft in the first place during the alpha/beta days. I had already had my adventure. I had built a house. I had explored, I guess, the X system. I built a whole system. I'd explored dark caves. I'd swam in the ocean. I'd used a boat to travel to a long distance and reestablish a new thing. I'd built the greenhouse of harmony. I'd fought every mob. I experimented with redstone. I felt the danger of the night. I overcame that. I built a tower, found ways to protect myself, and became comfortable in the world. At the time, that was just about all the content in the game. So what ended up happening was I found myself in a situation at a certain point where there was no more adventure left to be had. So it would no longer be, I'll put it this way, it would then be X's Adventures in Minecraft in name only. I wouldn't actually be having adventures anymore because I'd already seen mob spawners. I'd already got the game's treasures. I'd already built diamond armor and a sword and everything, all that stuff. The adventures were had. And so I said to myself, now when I create a video, it's just going to be me trying to find a way to pretend like I'm having some sort of an adventure right now. And I didn't want X's Adventures in Minecraft to become that. That's very artificial. That would begin to, you would slowly be, the soul of the series would be taking a hit if I kept making videos where I was just pretending to go on adventures. Really, I would just be redoing the same things that I'd already done in the previous videos of the series. And that to me didn't sit right. It's like I could make thousands of dollars if I just continue doing this. But I know what I have here, and at least I said earlier that I was this immature child of a man back then, and in a lot of ways I really was. But I was wise enough even then to recognize what I had. X's Adventures in Minecraft, I saw it because of the numbers. Don't forget, I was getting millions of views. I knew for a fact because of that, and because of what the comments were saying, that what I had made, was a beloved valuable series. And I did not want that series to go down the path of. Here's how I thought about it in my head at the time. I thought to myself, I don't want it to go like this. I don't want people to say, oh, X's Adventures in Minecraft? Is he still doing that? That series used to be cool for a while. Meanwhile, I'm on X's Adventures in Minecraft episode 1009. That kind of thing. I didn't want X's Adventures in Minecraft to fade into obscurity. That's the way I want to put it. I would rather it come to a natural end and have people, instead of saying, oh, is he still doing that? That used to be cool. I would rather have them say, man, those were some of the best days of my life. And the only way to have that happen would be to end it at the point where I ended it. And so I did. I wanted to preserve the soul and integrity of the series because I loved the series that much. I wanted it to live its best life. And the way to do that was to end it at that point so that it goes down in history as something beloved, not something that fizzled out. So many things go down that route because their creators and their publishers are trying to milk every last penny that they can out of a certain IP or series or something like that. Those series then go on for so long while they're milking it that those series loses their soul, or the soul is only to be found in the earliest seasons or what have you, or in the earliest iterations of it. And it just becomes something that people say, oh, that used to be cool. That's still going on? Yeah, so many different things go that route. I did not want that to be. I could see even then, even in the moment, and that's a gift of insight right there. We don't have that often, that flash of insight. I didn't have a lot of those back in the day, but I had it then. I knew that if I kept going with it, it would become one of those series that people just say, huh, can't believe he's still doing that. No, I did not want that for X's Adventures in Minecraft. It was too precious to me, and I knew it was too precious to so many other people. That's why I ended it when I did. What's going on, Lucy13A? Hey, just woke up and David streaming Minecraft was definitely not on today's bingo card. That's the second time we've heard that phrase, not on today's bingo card. Just make sure to ask everybody to smash that like button when you start each new adventure. Yeah, I know. There's so much of that going on these days. Almost every YouTube video you watch these days, it's like they have some short intro and they say, and don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button before we begin. Like, before we begin? How do I know if I like this video before we begin? You're asking me to hit like preemptively? And it works. It works. Just mentioning to hit the like button early increases likes by like 30 to 40%. Isn't that insane? So of course every YouTuber is keyed into that, and it's dumb not to, because the math is just there. If you want to be truly successful, it's something you have to do. It's insane. You didn't want to become the Minecraft equivalent of The Simpsons. Yeah, I know. The Simpsons is kind of tragic. It's still a little funny. I've seen a couple of recent Simpsons, not whole episodes, but I've walked by TVs playing The Simpsons recent episodes lately, and it's still kind of funny. I do definitely see that it's strayed, though. And that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Like, I didn't want today to be something that comes around and people are like, oh yeah, I caught a couple of seconds of an X's Adventures in Minecraft video recently. It's still kind of neat. Like, no, I didn't want that. So I'm glad that I ended the series when I did. Hit that bell, hit that bell and that sub button, hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode. Yeah, they are. And that's today's era. That's the kind of wording that you hear in today's YouTube era. But not too long ago, oh my God, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 50 minutes. It's been almost 3 hours. But I remember there was a time where almost every YouTube video started off with, what is up, guys? It's your boy, insert name here, bringing you another video about what I bring you videos about. Yeah. What is up, guys? It's your boy, insert name here. Yeah. What is up, guys? Yeah, that sort of thing. For a while, that was the big thing. And then after that, there was the era of YouTube thumbnails where every content creator is making this very fake, extremely exaggerated, ultra surprised face on their thumbnail. Yeah, there was that too. And it sucks. It sucks because as stupid and cringe as all the things that we're talking about are, it sucks because those are lowest common denominator things, and it's the fact that they're the lowest common denominator that makes them appeal to the broadest audience, which means that's why they work. Lowest common denominator slop is what you have to do to become incredibly successful on YouTube. Maybe not have to. That's not true, because there are some extremely incredibly successful YouTube channels out there that don't do crap like that. A lot of good stuff like Hank Green. There's a lot of like positive science video channels that don't do that, and they're like really successful. Kurzgesagt, oh my god, Kurzgesagt is a fucking amazing channel. So I guess you don't have to do lowest common denominator stuff, but it is the easiest way to do it, which is why you see so much of it. The only other way to do it is to be specialized in your field and extremely good at what you do, and also extremely good at being able to share that in an entertaining way. In other words, you have to have actual passion, know-how, and talent to be the kind of channel that can be successful, like wildly successful, without resorting to that lowest common denominator shit. But if you don't have the passion, if you don't have the experience, and you don't have the talent, you can still be wildly successful just by being loud and pandering to the lowest common denominator. You upload a video that has some sort of clickbait title, like, I didn't know this monster existed, and it's a silhouette of a monster that everybody knows exists, and you have your face with an ultra surprised fake ass expression, like kind of thing, and you're looking at it and have that as your thumbnail. You post that up, that'll get you like a couple billion views, like in 3 hours. You don't have to be extremely talented or any of that. Doesn't that suck? It does. It does suck. Where you at, butthole? Well, he's not zombieing around anymore, so I guess we're okay. What's up, gamers? We played Minecraft at 3 a.m. Yeah, Slop2, that's what it is. They're still making those faces these days. I know. Isn't that sad? I loved the depth of your explanation. I'm 24 and have popped in to see your vids on and off since I was a young kid. Could you explain what it is that motivates you to keep making videos? Ooh, not important name. That is an excellent query. Could you explain what it is that motivates you to keep making videos? That's an interesting query to me because most recently, I don't think I have an answer for you. I don't really think I am motivated to keep making videos anymore. I've recently not come to the conclusion, but arrived at a door where I peer past that door and I see a life where I don't make videos as a means of making a living or even as a hobby anymore. I don't know if I have that motivation anymore. Streaming is a little bit different because I can have these moments where I sit and talk to an audience. It's more of an interactive thing, it's a conversation thing. That's one of the things I've always loved about streaming is a community interaction. So streaming is different, but as far as making videos is concerned, I don't know if I have that. As for what used to motivate me, I had a lot of different motivations for making videos. Some of them were very, they're very selfish. Like in the PlanetSide 2 days, I wanted to be extremely good at the game so I could show everyone how extremely good at the game I was. And I've recently gone back and rewatched some of my old PlanetSide 2 videos, some of my old PlanetSide 2 content, specifically the Awesome Side 2 playlist, that sort of thing. And I've come to realize that I was actually one of the very best in PlanetSide 2. But at the time, I was such an insecure individual that I thought I wasn't that good. What a fool I was. I did not have the ability to see what was actually going on in front of me. That's why I played so hard and practiced so hard. And because I loved to get those montages, those clips, to make montage videos to show everyone how great I am and receive a lot of the adoration for that. That was a very immature way of approaching things, but it was a need that was satisfied by uploading those videos. So that was my motivation sometimes. Other times throughout my life, or I guess throughout my career as a YouTuber, as I guess we could put it that way, other times in making content, sometimes it was specifically to give people something to watch. Now, that's a much less selfish motivation. I remember thinking to myself, man, there's got to be a lot of like really depressed people out there right now. How many people's days would it brighten if they just suddenly saw me upload the start of a new Let's Play or something like that, or just put an update video out there or something? How many people's days would be brightened if I just did that? So sometimes the motivation was far less selfish than other motivations. So it's not just one motivation that keeps me going. And as I've told you recently, I don't really have the motivation to make a lot of videos. And a lot of that is because the view counts are so low that I don't really make a ton of money off of it. So it's not like I do it for, quote, the love of the game or anything like that. That may have been the case throughout different periods of time. Again, like I said, the motivations change. Sometimes it's just because I love being a YouTuber and I love uploading content. And I love the daily practice of waking up in the morning, playing a game, editing it, setting it to render, and then while it renders, going about my day, doing the things I need to take care of, get home, upload those, schedule those. I don't know, sometimes that lifestyle is the reason to keep doing it. The view counts in that case don't really matter. I just enjoy doing it because, yeah, I am doing it for the love of the game. But that doesn't last all the time. That comes and goes just like everything else comes and goes. There's not one motivation that I can point to that has me going through YouTube, doing YouTube over and over again. I'm not. Yeah, it's always something. It's almost always something different. It's like a series of motivations that I kind of cycle through, and at any given point, it could be one or multiple in varying degrees. So it's a very good question. I'm actually glad you asked that. At least you got coal. At least I was able to spot it, huh? What's going on? I'm Brian. You've always just posted what was fun for you, and it always showed, not caring about the views. No one else could make me watch hours of Wizorb. That's another one, Tristan. A lot of the time, you're correct about that, especially in the earlier years. A lot of the time, I would post just to post. It was just fun. It was just fun to talk into the microphone, play Wizorb, or play Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow. Sometimes it was that. Like, I loved just talking and saying things and having an audience. I don't know, it was just fun to be able to say stuff and share things. Sharing, that's the word I want to use. I feel like Castlevania Aria of Sorrow was the first Let's Play where I talked about stuff just to share things with people. That was fun. And I've done that with Mario a number of times throughout the years too, in one-off videos here and there. That's also big. Another motivation that I've had in the past was experimentation. I've always enjoyed experimenting with trying different approaches to things, whether it's a different way of editing, or changing the sound of my microphone, or different average video lengths, or uploading on different days, or uploading 2 different series at the same time, like I was doing with Far Cry and Dishonored back in the day. I've always tried different little experiments, in the same way, actually, that I used to play the original X's Adventures in Minecraft, where every video, every few videos, was me trying something different, trying something new, seeing what the results are, what it comes out to be. What happens, what this gets me, what I learn, all sorts of stuff. The results, and maybe even just the process itself, just experimentation, that sort of thing. I treated my YouTube channel like that for a long time. But just like with the original X's Adventures in Minecraft, experimentations for things kind of run low. Like, yeah, I've already done that, I've already done that, I've already done that. I could try that again, but I've already done that. And so things sort of wane, you know, and you have to find different motivations. Sometimes the motivation just strikes. You're just sitting around one day and you're like, man, I could really go for uploading something. But you don't always capitalize on that. Not every time. Because other things get in the way. And I'm not talking about like life circumstances or anything like that. It's just like, well, I don't really know what game to play, and if I do start a long game, then I have to be dedicated to completing that game over the next couple of months. And I'm not sure I want to dive that deep on that, and I don't want to get myself into a position where I get halfway through the game and then stop uploading again. and then you get people saying that they don't like that kind of thing, right? A lot of it, there's a lot of stuff that could stop you. Keep in mind that for a generation of people, you are a major part of their childhood. One cooler guy, yeah, I know. That's big. I think about that sometimes. The fact that, and I've said this before on my Twitch stream, over on Twitch, I've said it before. I have influenced just so many people, even to this day, like a whole generation of people, even to this day, through some means or another, almost every day, through a comment or somebody finds my business email, or which I don't really check all that often, so but through some or they come into one of my stream chats, usually Twitch chat, because this is my first YouTube stream, really. Well, not my first, but my first in 11 years. I'm calling this one the first. It is the first on YouTube's new streaming system, quote, new streaming system. But yeah, either in my stream chat or on comments or some means of contacting me, almost every single day I get a message from somebody new telling me how much of a positive impact I've been on their lives. Maybe something I had said in one of my videos really clicked with them, turned on a light bulb, and maybe even it turned them on a path that led them to things like, that's how I found my career, that's how I found my wife, now I've got 2 kids, and it's all because of you, David. It's all because of you, X. Or they'll tell me how I had just started uploading my Minecraft series right at a time where they had fallen into a deep, all-encompassing depression, and my videos were the only thing that got them through. And they thank me for that sort of thing. Or maybe I say something that teaches somebody something and opens their eyes to something, and it teaches them something they never thought that they would learn. Yeah, you're right. I have influenced a whole generation of people, which is insane to me. But it's good to know that it's good to know that I'm very young, 43 years old. It's good to know that I've already had that kind of lasting, real, global impact. That's huge. That's something that a lot of people strive for and may never even achieve in their entire lifetimes. And I consider myself incredibly fortunate that I've already done something that meaningful with my life. That's insane to me. Going through life, my reasons for motivation have changed several times, and that's the way it is sometimes. Yes, it does. It does change like that. You can't get this in a Mr. Beast video. I know. Yeah, I guess I think I see what you're saying. Let the cat in. Hi there. Hi, darling. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you. It's a kitty. X, you are same age as my officer sister. Your officer sister? Like police officer? Or, like, why did you put the word officer there? I don't know. X, you are so cool. What's going on, Adriana? Kaylin, Javier. Thank you very much. You are a part of my young adulthood. Injured during baseball, introducing Minecraft, or my friends ask, what the heck is Minecraft? Why is it so blocky? Thank you for talking about that. I hope you know that your vids brightened my day when I had bad days, weeks, months, etc. So you can be confident that you achieved some of your motivational goals. Yeah, I know. It's humbling and it's kind of scary at the same time. You know what? You know what's interesting? And this is my current take on it. This may change in the future, but I'll share this. My thoughts are not fully formed on this, so if some of this sounds like there's some gaps, that's why. But I'll go ahead and share it now because, I don't know. I don't mean to humble brag here, but I feel like I'm in a position that not many people are in, where I've influenced a whole generation, at least to a small degree. And that's something not a lot of people have experienced or ever will experience. So I'm going to share with you what that's like. And I think you're going to find this to be less inspirational than you might imagine. Because even though I've already got that under my belt, as we discussed earlier, in the stream, humankind, has a need to be, to constantly improve, to constantly become greater than what we already are, than what we currently are. You must have that. It's an essential part of your DNA and your soul. Mind, body, spirit, and soul. All of that. Constant personal growth is self-improvement is as necessary to the human being as water, air, and food. It's that essential. So when you're somebody who has already achieved something great like that, you might think, well, you could die tomorrow and go to the grave knowing you've done at least that and you're satisfied. And that's true, but like I said, I'm 43 years old. For someone who has done that already, that's young. And I still have that need to constantly self-improve, to keep growing. So I have that under my belt, yes, and it is satisfying. And I'm proud of it. I'm glad I've done it. But it feels like that's a previous step on the journey, and I have to keep stepping on that journey. I have to keep moving forward. Like look at my YouTube profile icon. It's not happenstance that it's a shadowy figure walking a long road, and the shadowy figure is always at the start of the road because you've always got more road ahead. You have to keep walking that road. That's why I built it. Actually, you know what? I made that icon simply because at the time when I started YouTube, that's what the journey felt like to me. I'm just at the start of what I feel like is going to be a long road, what I feel like is going to be a worthwhile journey. That's why the icon is what it is. That's why I made that profile picture just like that, because to me, that's what starting YouTube felt like. And it still feels like that even to this day, except it's not just YouTube, it's life. I feel like that profile picture describes a lot of what my adventure is like. A lone traveler walking a lonely road under the cover of stars and night. That's a lot what it's like. And now, and now what we see in the picture, what we see in the profile icon is the road ahead, but you have to remember there's a road behind too. That's what you're not seeing. And that generational influence that we're talking about here is part of the road behind. What's left on the road ahead? I mean, I'm not saying this in a negative way. I'm not saying this like, well, what could I do now? It's all downhill from here. No, not necessarily, even though the icon does show a bit of downhill, but it's ups and downs all the way around, right? You're always at the end of something and at the start of something else. Well, I mean, not always, but it's a very frequent thing that you're at the end of something and you're at the start of another thing. That icon, that profile picture, I believe, encapsulates that. But yeah, as somebody who has had that sort of influence over a generation of people and has had such a lasting positive effect over maybe hundreds of thousands of lives, you would think like, wow, you've already done something great. That's great for you. And there's like a sort of almost implication that maybe you're done at that point, but you're not. You're really not. So even though it's such a big thing, it's easy for me personally to believe that it's just one of the small things that I've done in the past, and now I've got to do more things. Not like have to do more things, but get to and want to and will. See, I told you there's some gaps here. I don't have these thoughts fully formed out. But I wanted to share this as it currently stands in my thinking and the way that it feels, because I know a lot of people aren't going to get to experience or don't get to experience this sort of widespread influence over a generation. So I want to say what it's like to try and, I don't know, maybe give you some food for thought, that sort of thing. Anyway, didn't realize how old the profile picture was. Oh yeah, ex-DMV officer in my country. She's your sister? Nice. Oh, talkative kitty. She's a talkative kitty. X casually dropping Iroh level wisdom on us. Iroh, Sifu, Yoda, Miyagi. A lot of these names have come up. I think I like Sifu though, because Sifu's the turtle from Kung Fu Panda, right? One of his quotes sticks with me the most. I think about one of his quotes a lot. Is Sifu the turtle, or is he a different character? It's the turtle, I believe, that says it in Kung Fu Panda. That says, "The past is history, the future's a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present." That line sticks with me. That's Oogway? Okay, Oogway. Yeah, I think if I could be compared to anybody, it might be Oogway. I love that quote because it really does. It really does ring true for me. One of the first things that I began to learn when I began this journey of self-discovery was how to just exist in the present. Oh, you want back out? Okay. But yeah, that's one of the first things that I learned was just how to exist in the present, how to exist without replaying things from the past in my head, or feeling embarrassed again about something that happened in 5th grade. And also without my mind moving to things like to worries of the future, like how am I gonna make the money to do this, or like whatever your worries of the future might be. We all have them. How to? Oh, look, there's a spider. Somebody asked me to kill one of these for string. Howdy, friend. Let's get away before anything else aggroes. Ta-da! String. Forget who said that, but I hope that pleases you. Rainn Wilson. Dwight had a podcast episode with Steve from Blue's Clues, who I believe had a similar effect on our generation, and I think he goes into detail in his life after influencing so many people. I might want to hear that. Steve from Blue's Clues had way more of a generational impact than I did. Steve from Blue's Clues really must have some good info. I gotta look that up, I think. Hey, Dancing in the 90s. Can I just say that you influenced me as a kid, and even still in my mid-20s with wisdom like that, you are still an influence and fountain of wisdom. Thank you, Dancing in the 90s. And you know, when I was younger and I was espousing wisdoms like this, I don't know how to put it, but I will say these days, I've almost come to accept that about myself, and not in a braggy way. You when you're younger, you almost sort of fear accepting that about yourself. Like, am I like this wise Oogway kind of character? I don't want to accept that about myself, because to do so almost seems arrogant. And if you start doing that, you may become the kind of person who begins to say things just to sound like you're wise. So I hesitated in accepting that about myself. But after the past 4 or 5 years of being on this journey of self-discovery, I think I've sort of come to accept that I have a lot of wisdoms to share. And I think I've reached to the point where a lot of philosophers in the past may have reached, where that's when they start writing, because they know they have a lot to share. They've had a lot of time to think about these wisdoms and verify that they are wisdoms, like actual things that are born of the underlying truth of the universe. That's what makes something wisdom. Wisdom is the knowledge of things which do not change. So when you come across one and you teach it to somebody, you say it to somebody, it almost always has an enlightening effect on somebody, especially if you can express these truths in short, succinct ways, because that's when they hit the most. Um, and the reason they resonate with people is because you are speaking from from an underlying truth, and that's what that's a phrase that I've been that's been that I've been meditating on lately. Is the and when I say meditating, I don't mean necessarily sitting out in the breeze, cross-legged, eyes closed, back straight, and like Zen meditation or like martial arts meditation. Although a lot of the time it is that. When I say meditation, I'm most likely referring to just thoughts that I'm having, focusing on, sitting outside, looking at the sky. I feel like meditation is being with the thought stream without paying attention to it. Cause like, where do thoughts come from? Okay, no, let's not go there. Let's not go there. That's like stoner talk right there. That's when you break out the blunt, and that's when you break out the pipe or whatever. But yeah, meditation doesn't have to come in the form that a lot of people think that it does, where you're sitting cross-legged with your shirt off and you've shaved your head bald and you're sitting out in some hillside overlooking an ocean and you're deeply meditating because you're just that centered. That's like a word that gets thrown around a lot, centered kind of thing. And it's true, you do tend to find your center during meditation, but it doesn't have to come in the form that the stereotypical form that a lot of people think of. But one of the phrases that I've been meditating on lately, one of the thoughts I've had and I've been sort of focusing on and thinking about is the notion of there being an underlying truth underneath it all. And there's layers of stuff that prevent us from getting to that truth: ego, um, existence, social media, the responsibilities of the day, relationships, worries, happinesses, excitements. There's a lot of things that get in the way of us ever really paying attention to underlying truths. It's like being in Minecraft and never uncovering coal. You know, you have to sometimes you have to dig for it. It's not hard to find, but you have to look for it. And sometimes you have to clear some grass or something out of the way, or some dirt out of the way. You have to look for it, kind of thing. It's kind of like never looking for coal, and therefore you never find it, or you only find it here and there by happenstance instead of actually going out looking for it and collecting a lot of it. Wisdom is sort of like that. There's like this underlying truth underneath it all, and you got to get through and past everything to begin to even get close to that sort of thing. And they always resonate with people because they are an underlying truth. People recognize these things immediately, universal truths. X's Adventures in Life book coming soon. I have the Tea Fiend thought a lot about beginning to write a book with stuff like this. I really have. One of the topics I've been thinking about lately is, especially in today's world, I want to talk about, and I think I could write 2 books on this. And I think I'm going. I'm not saying I'm going to, but the idea I had is writing one book called "The Destruction of My Enemy," and another book called "The Happiness of My Enemy." Because I've come to realize that it's probably the happiness of my enemy that's more important than their destruction. Because if we lived in a world where everybody we considered an enemy was just happy all the time and they were content, they would never seek us harm, and therefore would not be an enemy. And if the same was true of their enemy, aka you, if you were just happy and content all the time, you wouldn't even think about your enemy. There'd be no negative interaction between what you call your enemy or what your enemy calls an enemy. There'd be no negative interaction between the two, because if you guys were always just constantly happy, and then that would never be a thing. There would never be any harm. There would only be positive progress. So I would like to write a book called "The Destruction of My Enemy," where I discuss how it's important sometimes that, because you can have the happiness of your enemy, where you hope that your enemy is happy, and you can even love your enemy. In fact, we're taught that in a lot of Stoic practices and religions, and a lot of scholars have gone on to say that you should love your enemy. That's a common theme among philosophers, scholars, and religions. Love your enemy. It's a very common theme. And in order to understand it, you have to arrive there through means of self-discovery. It's all within the self, because your enemy is not an enemy at all in reality. You've just deemed him an enemy, and that notion exists only within you. So if that's gone, then you don't have an enemy anymore. that sort of thing. But there's like three different ways of looking at it: the destruction of your enemy, the happiness of your enemy, and to love your enemy. Like I could write 3 books on that that are all meant to be read together in any order to fully understand this particular notion, right? Because there's all kinds of different things. And then I think about, well, maybe combining them all into one book is better, so everyone gets the full message. But I really think it's probably better to have them in 3 separate compendiums that all work together. But I don't know. I haven't thought about it all that much. That's just one of the topics that I feel like I could write a lot about. Who are you and why are you in my feed? What's going on, Tendy's Chicken 86? I am somebody who has been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I didn't even realize I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I am a very popular Minecraft content creator from the olden days. Hey, what's going on? Silim Kune? Thank you for the 20 pound donation. I watched the original series in my 20s, and I still get massive nostalgia for it in my 40s. My 4-year-old son is working his way through it for the second time now. Thanks for the memories. This fits in so well with what we were just talking about. Silim, thank you so much for the donation, first of all. That's amazing. But there's that generational impact that we were just talking about. There are people like Silim who tell me this. This is one that I forgot to mention, but yeah, people tell me that. They tell me, X, I grew up on your videos, and now my son/daughter is doing the exact same. We do that, don't we, with our children as people? We tend to show them the content that we used to watch, the things that were formative to us as well, the things that we know were a good influence on us. We want that for our kids, so we show them that sort of stuff too. And it's a huge honor. That one might be the biggest honor that I get when people come and tell me, yeah, I watched your stuff and now my kids are going to grow up on it too. That is what? That is colossal. Thank you for the donation, but also thank you for that. I would probably read those books. I hope so. Into chapters? Yeah, I mean, it could be chapters. It also could be. Yeah, I've had different ways of thinking about how to organize that particular book. But to be honest with you, that's just one book, one idea for that kind of thing for topics that I could write about. And I really think I should, especially in this age of self-publishing. It's like really easy to self-publish your own stuff, and I have a lot that I could write about. And I've only been doing this for about 4 or 5 years. Maybe it'll be another 4 or 5 before I write my first book, but I really do think I have enough to share. I think I have enough that I could put into those books that they could influence future people in similar ways that my content on YouTube has. And honestly, I think that's a fantastic way to spend one's time. You are not the only one. Same one here. Hey, CypherX V406. Oh man, your voice brings back so many memories. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. The little D. The Machinima era got me addicted to Minecraft for so many. And I'm sorry that I'm missing so many of your comments, but I do tend to go on long answers whenever I pick a question and ask about it. Look, Kiss. Kamala versus Trump. Who did you vote for? No judgment, just curious. Let's not. Your newest video is pretty cool. I had no idea you had been doing game dev stuff. Any chance you'd stream game dev stuff? Dude. Leah, game dev. Game dev has been something I've always wanted to get into. And I've always tried making games, but I always stop the project pretty early on. Like, I make significant progress. I usually have a character and some enemies, and I usually get a pretty functional little game going, but then I lose steam. And ultimately, like a year and a half goes by. What happens is I put that folder into an archived folder and start another game project because I'm much more passionate about that at that point. And it had already been like a year and a half since the other one. So I'd have to open up my own code and relearn what everything did. Like that sort of thing. I've done that through so many things. So I've decided to make one extremely tiny game that I dedicated to finishing. And that's what Wizard Reasons was about. Would I stream some game dev stuff? I'm so slow and inexperienced at making games that it would just be embarrassing for me to do that. If I ever got like really good at it, I'd probably be way inclined to stream game dev stuff, but I don't know if I'll get that good at it. I don't know what I'm going to be doing with my life for the next decade or so. I'm at a point right now when I was talking earlier about I've had ups and downs and things like that. One thing I haven't mentioned, I guess I probably could mention here, is that I'm at a point in my life now where I don't really know what my next decade is going to be about. And this is sort of the first time I've come to this point in my life. I don't have a path. That might be part of why I'm streaming right now. I just said I don't know what else I'm doing. And then it dawned on me that there is one experiment you haven't tried, David. You still haven't tried streaming on YouTube yet. How good could that be for your finances? You don't know. You've never tried. And so far this first night, it's been pretty good, I have to say, for my finances. And that's the ultimate thing that I'm using to determine whether or not I'm going to keep streaming Minecraft or maybe even other games here on YouTube, is how well this next, I don't know, week, maybe a few days go of streaming. How well this goes, and not just financially, but financially being the biggest one, but also technically too. Like if my ISP can actually handle streaming to YouTube without extreme packet loss like goes on Twitch sometimes. A lot of things to figure out here, but yeah, that's one of the biggest things. But I thought when I released that Wizard Reasons video, I was certain that game development was going to be the thing that I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future, for my next decade or so. I said, this is it. I was having so much fun making that little video game, Wizard Reasons. I was having so much fun doing that, and then releasing it and having others play it and comment on it, and everything surrounding making that game was so much fun that I was certain that that's what I was going to be doing for the next 10 years. Today, I'm not as sure. Today, I don't know. I don't have the motivation that I had when I was making Wizard Reasons to make games now. It's difficult for me to open up Game Maker or even Pico 8. Just, I don't know. And that kind of sucks because I don't, the ultimate point here is I don't really know what I'm doing right now. And this is the first time in my life that's been the case. As a kid, you know exactly what you're doing. You're going to try and graduate. You go through elementary school, middle school, high school, graduate, do college, whatever. In my 20s, I was just having fun. You're only doing one thing in your 20s. That's figuring out a lot of stuff. You're going out with a lot of girls. You're playing poker. You're driving around South Texas. You're doing all kinds of jobs. You're making new friends. You're figuring out new things. You're trying drinking. You're sort of like really living life in the fast lane when you're in your 20s. That sort of thing. So you really know you do know what you're doing then. You almost have a license to fuck off a lot of the time and blow a lot of your money, which was really stupid, by the way. That's the worst time you should be doing. Like in your 20s, when everyone thinks they should be living in the fast lane, you don't realize until after your 20s are gone that that's the worst time to be living in the fast fucking lane. You shouldn't be doing all that stuff in your 20s. That's the worst thing for your future. But you don't know it at the time. You're ignorant and stupid. At least that was the case for me. That's the case for a lot of people that I know. Like, you don't know that you're not supposed to be doing those things. It's not the smart move. It's the dumbest move. But you almost feel like you have a license to be that way because, hey, you're young. It's your 20s. You're supposed to, quote, supposed to be partying all the time and et cetera, et cetera. Like, yeah, you're supposed to, but you don't know at the time that that's the dumbest thing you could do. But anyway, yeah, you know what you're doing in your 20s. And and then my 30s came around and I knew I was going to be a YouTuber. I spent my whole 30s being a YouTuber. And then my 40s come around and now I'm 43, and I thought I knew what I would be doing by now, but I don't. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I don't know what I want to do right now. I don't feel an exciting pull in any direction. Nothing feels, quote, right for me right now. That's just where I am right now. I know that won't always be the case, but that's where I'm at right now. Spire1, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I'm 43. Do what makes you happy. Yeah, but what happens when you don't know what makes you happy? I am a longtime fan and know how things roll, but part of why I wanted you to play Expedition 33 was to hear your perspective on the ending because I love your POV so much. Did you finish the game? No worries. Yeah, Dancing in the 90s. You know what happened with Expedition 33? The reason that I stopped uploading is because right after the last video that shows up on YouTube, I recorded another session, of course. But I recorded like 2.5 hours of gameplay, which is what I tended to do. I record 2.5 hours, and then, oh, you know, you saw the videos. I was uploading them in full sessions actually for that one. But I recorded a full fucking session where the microphone was turned off. A full session where none of my commentary came through. And then that put me in a situation that I get into in so many times. And this is really the reason that a lot of my playthroughs have fallen through. Some technical issue occurs or something like that. Or I do a session that's going to require like tons of editing. And but in this case, it's because my microphone was off, and I thought to myself, okay, I have a few options. I can either upload it wholesale, just like that, and put a disclaimer at the start. Sorry, I didn't record my microphone, but here's the gameplay. You know, kind of, that kind of sucks. But at least doing that would let me continue and go on to beat the game, and at least then the playthrough would finish, right? Or I could do my own like sort of post commentary thing over the video and describe what I was doing, what I was thinking, etc., etc. That's another way that I could do it, and that would be a good way because then everybody still gets my commentary, and it's kind of a different take, kind of a different way of looking at it for just one session, which could be kind of neat. But that requires a ton of work. But again, doing that would get it to the point where I could do the next session, and then at least then the playthrough continues and it finishes, right? Or whatever. There's a number of ways you can handle that problem, but I get stuck. I get paralyzed by the choice. Like, which one of these do I do? And it's the very thinking about it seems like too overwhelming. So I put it off, and I put it off, and I put it off, and I put it off until months go by, and now I don't even remember what I was doing in the game. So what do? Do you start over? Do you watch your own playthrough to see where you were going and what you were doing, and then finally release that just gameplay? What do you do, right? And that's what happened with Expedition 33. Long story short, and to answer your question, no, I haven't beaten it yet, but I would absolutely fucking love to. And I thank you, and I absolutely thank you for that game, by the way. It is, I was describing it to my friends as the best game I've ever played. Because it is that fucking amazing. So I don't know what the fate of that one is going to be. You light up this hill a little bit here. Hey, that Kablestine. Maybe that'll help. Zoop. Yeah, oh, what's going on, Quebec? Hey, shout outs to Quebec there. Good to see you. Thank you for that shout out in your video that pushed so many viewers to a Hytale video. I wouldn't have had that many views without your influence there, Quebec. Every year you spend saving in your 20s compounds so much. Experimentation is the way. It takes a while, but you got to try everything. Would be great to have a chat with you about this. I work with plenty of YouTubers, and I feel I could figure out a few avenues. About the what to do with, like just with life in general. Yeah, see, that's another thing. I'm not quite sure I want to even go the YouTube route. Now streaming YouTube, yes. I don't think that's going to go anywhere. I don't think streaming is going to go anywhere. Like, I think I'll still do that on and off, but I don't even know if I want to be doing YouTube anymore, man. What's a good way to get in contact with you, Quebec? Would you consider doing something like Cameo, but perhaps talking over a custom video intro card rather than showing your face, assuming you don't want to do that? Cameo? Nah, I feel like that's one of those things. I don't know. Cameo, that sort of thing where people pay me to say certain lines and stuff like that, just doesn't seem like, I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem up my alley. It's just not my kind of thing. Dude, 2 hours, bro. That is so freaking tragic. I know, Dancing in the 90s, it is freaking tragic. But I will eventually beat that game someday. Even if it doesn't go up on YouTube, I will eventually beat that game someday. Like I said, it might be the best game I've ever fucking played. At Quebec on Discord, gotcha. X, you were there along when I first got into Minecraft. Always been a big fan. You're welcome, and it is seriously no worries, but it is such a convoluted story. I need you to somehow make a reaction to it when you arrive to knowing the ending. Well, maybe someday I will actually get around to finishing that Let's Play. I'll figure something out. You watch Odyssey yet? Odyssey? Oh, the movie. No, I haven't seen the Odyssey yet. I do love that story, though. I thought no one would notice how the music and atmosphere were matching the mood. Oh my god, I love UX. Your Minecraft series was literally formative to my adolescence, man. I hope you're doing exceptionally well. What's going on, Chillrune? Yeah, things are going alright. I'm in a similar situation in life, stricken with analysis paralysis. Yeah, that happens a lot to me, actually. Analysis paralysis. I do that a lot. Oh, dang, my Discord has been... I haven't even been logged into Discord this whole time. I didn't realize that. Crazy. I am just not really a social media kind of guy. I don't even know how to add people. I don't even know how to add friends on Discord. There we go. Do I need to put the @? Alright. I sent it. There we go. I just really don't do social media at all. Like I haven't touched social media in ages. Oh, let me ask you this, dear viewers. Do you consider YouTube social media? Like, in my mind, it doesn't fit that category, but I realize it has all of the staples of social media, so... You could maybe even just post little bits from your streams into your YouTube instead of full-fledged videos. Yeah, I used to do that with like Tarkov and stuff. It is a great way to make money off the content. I've never experienced a story that subverts the audience's expectations so freaking hard, like 2 or 3 times over. Saw it today, I would recommend it. Some of the themes of the story were pretty impactful. It reminded me of other movies that were personally impactful, like Gladiator, Oppenheimer, etc. Oh yeah, the story of the Odyssey and of Troy and all that stuff. I actually really like all that. Removing all outside noise helps, like no music, videos, news, and really thinking about what matters to your true self, I find. Yeah, there you go. You're onto something with that. Not traditionally? Yeah, you think YouTube doesn't really fit the social media angle traditionally? I don't think so either. Yes, any interaction with other people is social media. No, I wouldn't say that's the case. I wouldn't call World of Warcraft social media. I wouldn't call the comments section on the IMDb website social media. Is Twitch social media? You know what? Even though in my mind I don't categorize YouTube as social media, I do categorize Twitch as social media. Wouldn't you? Yeah, I wouldn't call Reddit social media either. I'd call it a forum. No, I don't watch Facebook while eating breakfast. Yeah, me neither. Did someone say Tarkov? I love Tarkov. I was talking about E33, talking about the Odyssey. Yeah. Yeah, no, I knew the, I realized what you both were talking about. Going on, Rice Shogun. Linkrist, did you find that you felt the same way as you do now in your 30s? I recently just hit 30, and the next path seems unsure. I wouldn't want it to just be working for the rest of my life. Oh, you've hit that point. Yeah, I hit that point around my late 20s, so I guess a lot of people hit that around their 30s too, or just entering 30. You look at life and you're like, is this it? Is this all there is? I wake up, I go to work all day, I come home, I eat dinner, and by the time I'm done with that, it's time to go to sleep and do it all over again. Is that really it? No. To answer your question, do you find that you felt the same way as you do now in your 30s? No, I have found every decade to feel completely different so far. And now I'm only 43, so I'm only 3 years into the 40s decade. Can't tell you how this is going to turn out, but right now I am kind of lost and looking for my path again, or looking for a path at least. I really don't know what I'm going to do next. I've never lived a life where I don't have a path that I know I'm walking. And I'm like that right now. So I'm kind of lost right now in my early 40s, which wasn't the case in 40, 41, and 42. So there's that. Maybe it's the start of my mid 40s, I guess you could say. Whatever. But no, I did not feel in my 30s this same way. In my 30s, it was very different for me than it will be for most people entering their 30s. Because my 30s, at the start of my 30s, I was a wildly successful YouTuber. And I was pulling in loads of money. And all that came with from being somebody who was really bad with his money. And a very immature and somebody with a very fragile ego. That's who I was back then. But I was a wildly successful YouTuber, and that gave me a sense of an inflated sense of self importance. But I definitely knew I was going to be doing YouTube. That's what my days were going to be. That's what my years were going to be. That's what I was going to be doing. I definitely had purpose and a direction and drive and creativity and a lot of things in my 30s. My 30s were way different. And I want you to know that came almost right after what you're feeling. Like, is this it? Like, is this all I'm going to do? Is work? Now, for me, that spurred me to start new businesses. I wanted to break free of that. I told myself this is not going to be my life. I'm not just going to go to work. I'm not going to devote 8 to 11 hours of my day, because don't forget, you got to account for the time it takes you to get ready and drive and come back and then get unready, and then you devote half your day to a job, and then you get like and then you devote like a quarter of your day to stuff you have to do, like eat and maintain your car and keep things clean, stuff like that. You get very, very little time that you consider yours when you're in that state of mind, and that just seems so depressing. It's like, is that it? Am I gonna get like 15 minutes to myself every night until I'm 70 when I retire, and then I can start thinking about having fun? What a depressing thought, right? And it was equally depressing to me, and it made me sad, and I felt pulled down into like this dark pit just thinking about that. That's what my life was going to be. And I was like 25, 26, 27, maybe like 28 when I thought about that. That's probably closer. And that's what, and then, so you know what I did? I don't recommend this. I don't recommend this. What I'm about to say, I do not recommend this. Okay. So if you decide to do this, it's on you, because I recommend you don't do what I'm about to say, but I'm telling you what I did. When I had that thought and I had that feeling, I said no. And I fucking quit my job. I fucking quit the job that I had, and I started up a web design business, a writing business. I think both. I don't know. I started up several businesses because I always imagined that I was going to be the kind of person who had a business anyway. And while I was trying these different things, I also happened to start uploading World of Warcraft YouTube gold making guides. So I guess you could say I started 2 or 3 different businesses, and the YouTube one wasn't meant to be a business, but that's the one that took off. And then my 30s became a pretty fucking wild ride. But again, that was right after I had that same thought. Like, is that all it's gonna be? Is this all it is? These days, now I think it's important for me to point this part out too. Because now, as somebody who's done a lot of self-discovery, somebody in his early 40s, if I look back at me in my late 20s, the me that was saying, is this all there is? Just work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep. And then, hey, I get a day on the weekend. So happy. And then another 5 days of work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep. Is that how it's going to be? The me that was thinking that, I would have different advice for him today. The older, wiser me of today would go back and tell him, the reason that you feel sad about this is because you feel like you're wasting your life doing this work. That's why you got away from it. So you could start something else where you didn't feel like you were wasting your life. But you're not wasting your life working a 9 to 5 every single day. That's not what's happening to you, David. This is me talking to myself back then. That's not what's happening to you, David. You are actually living a life of purpose. You are extremely young. You're going to be saving up money. You're going to meet somebody. Things are going to play out if you stay on this path. You have to find a sense of purpose in what you're doing. And this goes back to the talk that we had earlier in this evening, in this stream, about finding purpose. It doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter your job. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter if you're married. It doesn't matter if you have a family and kids. It doesn't matter how many of the, quote, happiness check boxes you actually have checked. You can experience lasting, true happiness by having a purpose and moving toward it every single day, no matter what that is. So if you can find purpose in the work that you're doing, and it doesn't have to be the work itself. You could be working at a call center doing customer service for like a cell phone company or whatever. Something that sounds entirely monotonous and almost fucking pointless because all you're doing is fielding the same questions all day from customers, right? That kind of thing. That sounds so bad. And it sounds like something that utterly devoid of meaning and devoid of purpose. But it's not about the work itself. It's about what you're doing and why. If that gives you some form of purpose, even if you have to think about it like, okay, what am I going to do with the money that I make here or the knowledge that I gain here? What am I going to do with that? How does this fit into my life? You'll find some form of purpose. Like, well, maybe with the skills that I learned here, I will eventually this or that or this. It depends on it's different for every individual person. Depends on what your goals are, what you imagine your future life to be. Realize that what you're doing is a stepping stone to that. And then what you do is you begin to fully utilize what you're doing right now. That depressing situation that you think is so depressing right now actually is not that depressing. You can utilize it. You can save the money that you're making. You can learn the social skills. I'm using the call center example, but whatever your job is, you can learn the social skills and how to speak with people. Those will pay off for you later. Life has a way of creating these opportunities and opening doors for people who find the purpose in what they're doing right now. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be about whatever you're doing in the job. Just find that purpose. This is the advice that I would give myself when I was 28 and having that depressive thought about this is going to be like, is this it? Like, is this all I'm going to do until 70? Man, that fucking sucks. There's no way for me to know this stuff though at that age, but that's the advice I would give my younger self for sure. Oopsie. Isn't that what a midlife crisis is? Wait, what? The whole, is this what my life is going to be? Is that what a midlife crisis is? I don't know. I don't think a midlife crisis is any one particular thing, and I'm not sure it is only gone through once for everybody. I think it might even differ for everybody. A few years ago, I would have described the start of what I was doing with the whole journey of self discovery, like 4 or 5 years ago. I would have considered the start of that my midlife crisis. In fact, I even think I described it to other people that way, where I was just spending a lot of time in my backyard doing absolutely nothing but smoking weed. But here's the thing, I gave myself permission to do that. Because, yeah, and you know what? Now that I realize it, and this is something I hadn't realized in this conversation until just now, so you're hearing me come to a realization in real time. But 4 or 5 years ago, I had begun what I considered a midlife crisis. And so here's the important part. I gave myself permission. Bryce Shogun with 25 Australian dollars a decade later, and my GOAT X is still giving out some good advice to his dear viewers. I do hope you're doing well these days. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the super chat, Bryce Shogun. Much appreciated. And thank you for the sentiment as well. To continue what I was saying, I didn't realize until just now that back then what I would have described as a midlife crisis is I was giving myself permission to do nothing. That was so freeing because for a long time, when I wasn't uploading to YouTube, and I haven't shared this very publicly before, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. But you guys know my habits on YouTube. Um, I would start Let's Play, and I'd get about halfway through the game, and then I would just disappear. Like there's a lot of playthroughs on my channel that are like a quarter to like half finished, or maybe even little, but they're all unfinished Let's Plays. And then I would disappear for a long time, and I would feel like because my identity was that of a YouTuber, and I had an audience that I kind of figured, or I kind of thought it was arrogant for me to think this, but I had an audience that I thought relied on me almost, or was like expecting content from me. So the months that I was not uploading were an incredibly stressful time. Just bitingly stressful. Just anxiety through the roof. You guys may not have known this, but it wasn't just me sitting around doing nothing being distracted. It was me actually sitting around doing nothing and feeling just the worst about it. The anxiety was through the fucking roof, right? I was going through a lot, but like I said earlier, I think I have some form of executive dysfunction because anytime I thought about doing something for my YouTube channel, I just couldn't, physically couldn't. There was something stopping me, and I still couldn't, I still today can't describe what that is. Because like I said, I'm not diagnosed with ADHD. I'm not diagnosed with executive dysfunction, but over the years, I've begun to realize I have all of the symptoms. So I don't know. But yeah, that was huge. So for years of these habits of mine, I would have like 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 months of the year where I was uploading and things were good and I was happy and I felt like I was fulfilling my purpose, and I would go to sleep calm. My day by day was incredibly calm and good. But then inevitably, against my own will, I would hit some circumstance where I just couldn't keep doing YouTube. As much as I wanted to. It was the thing I wanted to do most, but I just couldn't. Maybe it was a lack of executive function. Maybe my executive function was just stopping in those times, and it really is the case. But whatever it was, I would stop, and then for like half the year, every day was wrought with extremely high anxiety, knowing that I should be uploading for the sake of my audience and for the sake of my finances, both of which I was letting down on a second-by-second basis, knowing that I could be fixing it. I could be doing the right thing. I could be a responsible individual. But I just wasn't. And that reflected so poorly on myself in my own view of me. Until about 4 or 5 years ago when I began this journey of self-discovery. That's what I'm talking about right now. I'm coming to this point now. You know what happened? As I was sitting around doing nothing one of these days, like I said I've been doing, or I had been doing, one day I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to give myself permission, and that's the big part. I'm going to give myself permission to just do fucking nothing. And I'm going to stop worrying about all the nothing I'm doing, and I'm going to figure this the fuck out. And I don't care how long it takes. So I gave myself permission to just do absolutely nothing. I'm going to sit here in this backyard and I'm going to smoke weed until I've figured this out. If that takes a decade, so fucking be it. And that was freeing. See, it's at that moment that I would have begun to describe what I was going through as a midlife crisis. That's what I would begin. That's what mine looked like. In my view, that's what mine looked like. And boy, was that freeing. Now, up to that point, as I was reaching that point, I began to become more comfortable with my own upload cadence, with the fact that I don't upload for like 4 to 8 months every year, right? I began to become more comfortable with that because you know why? I began to look back, and this is before that midlife crisis point even. I began to look back at my history on YouTube, and people there were comments that would always strike a nerve with me from people who would tell me, who would always say, don't get invested in this Let's Play that he just started. He's just gonna quit again. X always leaves. X always leaves. But you know what I realized? There's another side to that. X And here's how I started looking at it. And here's how I explain it to viewers now, viewers who say that sort of thing. I go, why are you focusing on that instead of the fact that X always returns? I can't leave again if I never returned in the first place. Why don't you focus on the fact that X always comes back instead of X always leaving? And when I realized that about myself, it released a whole lot of the weight of anxiety, those chains. It released a whole lot of those when I realized that about myself. Not because I was proud of myself for always coming back, but because I realized something important. Uploading for 5 months of the year and then you don't see me for another 7 months. That's just how I work. That's who X is as a YouTuber, as an artist. That's just what I do. So I'm no longer ashamed of it. I used to be. Like I said, it used to rack me with anxiety thinking about it. Now it doesn't. Because I've come to accept that about myself. That's how I work. That's just what I do. And in that light, through that lens, it's beautiful. It's nothing to have anxiety over, except for the fact that it doesn't make me money for over half a year. That still draws anxiety. That's why I look into things like making games too, you know, because, yeah, the finances are still a real huge part of it. But as far as my integrity as an artist or letting my audience down or what have you, I no longer have any anxiety about that because now I know that's just how I work. I used to feel so bad about it because in my mind, a quote, good, unquote, YouTuber, a good YouTuber is somebody who uploads extremely consistently year round. And there's proof of these YouTubers on my homepage every single day. They have different brains though. Their brains work differently from mine. But I would see YouTubers that upload year round on a consistent basis. And when they're not uploading, you know why? It's because they scheduled it. They said, you know what? I'm going to take 2 months off this summer. I'll see you guys in August. And then their audience knows it's a very structured thing. This YouTuber will be back in August, and then they'll keep uploading consistently. We can count on that YouTuber. We can't count on X. That's how I used to see it. And that's why it racked me with anxiety so much, because I would see all the YouTubers who were doing what I should be able to do, but physically could not. And it used to destroy me. It doesn't anymore. Not at all. Again, except for the financial part. Sometimes that gets a little destroying. It's a little on the destroy-y side. Occasionally. But, you know, that's just another thing to work through. Another thing to figure out. But as far as my upload cadence is concerned, I no longer view that as a negative thing. It's just how I work. Thanks, X. Thanks. One of my suspicions and questions is answered. Not because I suspected. I also have the medical disorder. Same here. Move on. Wait, how did that skeleton... I guess that skeleton found some shade for just a second. There we go. There could be an enchanted bow out there, couldn't there? Or a creeper. A couple of arrows might be worthwhile. Gotta make sure this creeper doesn't... You know what? We're gonna kill him. Got him. Okay. All right, dear viewers. This has been an amazing stream. But it's 3 in the morning over here. I should probably get going. Be on the lookout for more of these streams around the evenings. Like I've said, my days are pretty hectic, but I tend to be free during the evenings. Tomorrow night, maybe not. I might have some visitors coming over tomorrow night. Like I said, I'm pretty busy. But yeah, I think I'm going to start streaming at least for the next couple of weeks, to gauge how this YouTube streaming goes, financially speaking. For a little bit, I'll be streaming in the evenings here when I can, and maybe sometimes during the day or afternoon. It really depends on how the day plays out for me. I can't dedicate to any kind of schedule, as we just discussed. But this time it's not due to anything with, well, I guess it is due in part to anything to do with my actual capability to do it, but also there's a lot going on over here that I don't really care to get to. I don't really share too much about why it's this way right now. But yeah, point being, be on the lookout, because I do intend to stream here some more. I saw it as X always come back always. I love the quirk of how you work. Thank you, Dancing in the 90s. Are you a perfectionist? Sometimes, and sometimes not. Alicia. Oh, that's clever. Alicia. I didn't even get that until I said it out loud. Finances always come around to remind you why people stress over making careers and money out of everything. Yeah, I guess a lot of people who are obsessed about making money, especially on the online and stuff like that, a lot of it is just driven by the fear of winding up in a position where they have no money, so they're trying to get as far away from that as possible. So they obsess over it and then become, yeah. No, yeah, I totally get that. You're right. It's crazy seeing you back. Awesome to see you're still doing well. Thanks, X. Glad to say hi, at least. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. And thank you all very much. I guess I should bring this to a close. Like I said, community interaction is one of the biggest reasons that I stream, so it's difficult for me to actually stop. Like if the chat keeps coming in, I just want to keep responding. For you, it's 4 p.m. Wow, that's a big difference there. Half a day. I didn't even know that the time. I didn't know there even could be a time difference that big. Yo, quick question. How hard is it to stream and get viewers? I know you have to be unique. Hey, Linkerist with the $20 super chat. Thanks for the stream. I've watched you when I was in high school. You got my into Minecraft, and you've been a great influence and inspiration. Have a great night. Thank you, Linkerist, for the super chat here right at the end of the stream. You have a great night as well. To answer the question from Real System DET, or I'm not sure if that's supposed to be an acronym or not. How hard is it to stream and get viewers? I know you have to be unique. Do you have to be unique? Is that a necessity? I'm sure it helps. I don't think there's a magic formula. I think how difficult it is depends on so many factors that there's no straight answer to that question. It's a combination of who you are, what you do, how you do it, and pure luck. I guess all you can really do is throw your hat into the ring. You could try your absolute best. You could make the best possible thumbnails with the best possible titles and have the greatest content and fail at it and get like 50 viewers per video. You could also be somebody who's recording on a 240p camera and you get millions of views. So, as to how hard it is, take those two examples and I guess you have your answer. Is it easy? Is it hard? Is it pure luck? I guess the answer is yes, no, and maybe to all of those, right? So, I think the biggest thing is being first to something. And back in the early days of YouTube, that was a lot easier. It's pretty easy to be first to play Minecraft, which is one of the things I'm known for. But even I wasn't first. Like I watched a Paul Soares Jr. video, which really inspired me to play Minecraft. But I'm still considered the first. But Yeah, I guess being first to something is probably the biggest thing. It's difficult to be first these days to anything because the competition is so fierce. Everyone's out there to be first to the next thing. Everybody's hoping that they're first to whatever becomes the next big Minecraft, you know? Might not even be worth trying these days. Just, I don't even know if I would recommend anybody follow a YouTube path or an online content creation path these days. Not only is the competition too fierce and too much luck involved, but success comes with a heavy price. Even if you do succeed, now you have an audience. And you may find that you don't like having an audience. I know when I was at my biggest, that's when the worst of people would come after you. I haven't even talked about some of the emails I received. And I won't, because some of them are genuinely terrible. So I don't really don't. And plus, social media I feel like social media is something that takes people away from finding. I don't know. It's almost soul sapping. It takes so much away from you. Social media does. So I don't even know if I would recommend anybody get into online content creation because then you're just feeding into that machine. For those of us who have already been here, we kind of just find ourselves here. For those of us who are already content creators, we sort of just find ourselves here. A big part of what I've been considering lately is pulling away from all of this entirely anyway. Getting further and further away from the internet rather than closer and closer to it. So I don't know if I'd even recommend anybody even start. If you're not already a content creator, I don't recommend you become one. Failure comes with a cost. Your wasted time. Success comes with a cost. Now you have an audience. And the worst thing that can happen to you is you make it to the very top. You become one of the best of the best. You become the biggest channel on YouTube. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. Because now not only are you paying the I have an audience price to its maximum degree, but when you're at the top, there's only one direction to go. Then you have to go through all the emotional turmoil of watching your numbers slowly dip. And every time you get 1,000 less viewers than the last video, you're going to strive harder to win those people back. And that's just going to make your content worse. And you're going to lose more and more videos. Or viewers, that is. I don't know. It's not a ride that I recommend anybody get on, to be honest with you. It's been a wild ride for me, and it's been a worthwhile one. And like I said near the start of this stream, I have no regrets. I really don't. I mean, I'm still here doing this. But I'm in a situation where, I'm already part of this whole thing. So would I recommend anybody try it today? No. In fact, I recommend you get as far away from your screens as possible. Your cell phone, your tablet, your TV, your computer monitor. And I recommend you get as close to nature as possible. Get as close to sunlight and fresh air as you can. Get as much of that time in as you can. And as far as your finances are concerned, find something closer to the earth to do. C Nanners made a recent post describing his life. I was just thinking about him like last week. At least he found a happy ending post YouTube. I had no doubt that he would. I had him on my friends list for a short while where he and I would chat back and forth. That dude, I wanted to be just like that dude. C Nanners is one of those rare people who everything is always going to work out for because he's very uninhibited. He has two things that always lead to success: uninhibited and capable. It's hard to find both of those things in any individual, but he is that, and he has both of those in spades. There was never any doubt that he was going to end up with a happy ending. All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all for watching tonight. Thank you for all the support that you've shown, whether that support comes in the form of monetary support, like these super chats, donations, etc., or whether that support comes in the form of chatting with one another, chatting with me, keeping that chat moving. Community interaction is one of the biggest reasons I stream. Or if that support comes in the form of lurking, because lurkers make a stream, they absolutely do. Dear viewers, that is going to do it for this particular stream. Hope you folks enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for watching. And I will see you folks next time. And click.